Chapter 2501. However, the matter did not end there. Ever since Gentian's identity was exposed, Han Xian was heavily implicated as well. As a result, his status in the Radiant Saint Hall plummeted day by day. Many divine kings who were usually on good terms with him now treated him like he was the plague. They stayed as far away from him as possible. Occasionally, there would even be some divine kings who had conflicts with Han Xian who would directly come to the Soaring Clouds Peak to provoke him. They would mock him, showing no mercy at all. This was because in the eyes of many people, Han Xian was already a criminal of the Radiant Saint Hall. Taking in a member of the martial soul lineage was punishable by death in the Radiant Saint Hall. Even if Han Xian had no idea about Gentian's identity, he would still be punished. However, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall did not interrogate Han Xian all this time, which was why Han Xian was able to maintain his status as the Lord of the Soaring Clouds Peak until now. However, in everyone's eyes, the day when Han Xian would be interrogated was not far away. At this moment, a powerful sense of the soul swept over, sending a message to all the divine kings in the region where Han Xian resided. Han Xian's eyes lit up slightly, but they dimmed very soon. He murmured, "Protector swords? What does that have to do with me?" Han Xian immediately lost interest. He knew that it was impossible for him to gain the recognition of a protector sword. However, after a slight hesitation, he said, "Bai Yu, come see your master quickly." Before long, Bai Yu flew to the top of the mountain with Radiant Saint Force. She stood behind Han Xian and bowed, "Greetings to teacher." Bai Yu was still as beautiful as ever. Her white robe wrapped around her body, perfectly outlining her exquisite figure. Her long black hair danced wildly in the wild wind on the mountain peak, causing her figure to look incomparably elegant. The only flaw was that there was always a faint trace of worry on her face, which made her look much more haggard than before. In the past few years, the status of the Soaring Clouds Peak in the Radiant Saint Hall had rapidly declined due to the matter with Jianchen. Even Bai Yu was affected, so she had not been doing well in the past few years. She was the only one left of the three great disciples of the Soaring Clouds Peak. "Bai Yu, I've just received a message from the elders. 9 protector swords have appeared in the Tower of Radiance. Whoever obtains a protector sword will become a peak expert." "You can go and try," said Han Xian. "Teacher, this disciple's aptitude is lacking. I'm afraid that I don't have the qualifications to obtain a protector sword," Bai Yu said calmly, without the slightest hint of joy. "Bai Yu, don't underestimate yourself. There aren't many people in our Radiant Saint Hall who can become a hallowed Saint Master with a 2-colored soul core," Han Yu said. Bai Yu sighed gently when she heard that. Her eyes became gloomy. Only she knew that her talent was not particularly outstanding. The reason why she could become a hallowed Saint Master with a 2-colored soul core was probably all thanks to her second senior brother. This was because she had comprehended the laws of the hallowed by her second senior brother's side and become a hallowed Saint Master gloriously. However, ever since she left her second senior brother, without him to explain things to her, her progress in the past few years was basically insignificant. As a matter of fact, it could be described as nothing at all. "Go. You're the pride of our Soaring Clouds Peak. If you can obtain a protector sword, the status of our Soaring Clouds Peak will skyrocket. We won't have to worry about people inciting us anymore," Han Xian encouraged. "Yes, teacher." Bai Yu could not bear to disappoint Han Xian when she saw how haggard he was, so she could only agree reluctantly. She did not even consider the 9 protector swords because she knew it was impossible. The Donglin clan was one of the peak organizations on the desolate plain, but it was indeed the weakest one. This was because the ancestor of the Donglin clan, Donglin Su, was a Grand Prime who had only broken through recently. He was currently a first Heavenly Layer Grand Prime. However, even with that being the case, the Donglin clan still possessed a certain amount of authority on the desolate plain. At this moment, Donglin Yen Shui sat in a pavilion in the garden of the Donglin clan. She placed a zither on the stone table before her as she played it. In the past, ever since Jianshan's identity was exposed, Donglin Yen Shui had been brought back to the clan by the ancestor of the Donglin clan, and she had never visited the Radiant Saint Hall again. As there was no formal trial, and the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall did not officially strip her of her status as chosen saint, she was still the chosen saint of the Radiant Saint Hall. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He looked at Yen Shui gently and said, "Yen Shui, your master just sent me a message. He said that there's a great fortuitous encounter in the Radiant Saint Hall, and he wants you to go there as soon as possible." The middle-aged man was Donglin Yen Shui's father, the current patriarch of the Donglin clan, Donglin Xiong. Donglin Yen Shui stopped playing the zither. She asked in doubt, "Fortuitous encounter? Father, what's the exact matter?" "I don't know the exact details either. However, your master, Mu Shui, will never harm you. Just go. With the clan supporting you, the Radiant Saint Hall won't make things difficult for you," said Donglin Xiong. With that, Donglin Yen Shui stood up and stowed the zither away. She slowly made her way out of the pavilion. When she passed by Donglin Xiong, she paused slightly and said after some hesitation, "Father, I acted willfully in the past and helped Jianshan escape, offending the Radiant Saint Hall as a result. Has the clan not blamed me at all?" Donglin Xiong chuckled. "Protecting you was the ancestor's intentions. The ancestor is not short-sighted like those people. He could tell long ago that Jianshan was an extraordinary person. People like him can only be befriended, not offended. As a result, not only did the ancestor not blame you when you helped Jianshan escape, but he even praised you more than once. That's because Jianshan is indebted to you. If Jianshan succeeds in the future, he'll definitely repay you." Many Radiant Saint Masters had already gathered outside the Tower of Radiance in the sacred hall that stood above the clouds. The Radiant Saint Masters varied in cultivation, but without any exception, they were all hallowed Saint Masters who had comprehended the laws of the hallowed. At this moment, they all stared at the Tower of Radiance excitedly as they studied it carefully. Isn't that by you from the soaring clouds peak? You actually have the face to come here?" At this moment, a voice filled with surprise and mockery suddenly rang out. A young man was pointing at the white jade with a cold sneer on his face. Baiyu stood in the crowd and gritted her teeth silently. She remained silent as stubbornness filled her eyes. Who knew how many times she had heard similar voices in the past few years? She had cried, grieved, hurt, and despaired. She had already become accustomed to it. "What? Baiyu, do you want the Protector Sword to accept you as its master? Are you certain you have the ability? Baiyu, you're related to the martial soul lineage. Do you think Sir Artifact's spirit will let you inherit the Protector Sword? Ha ha, Baiyu, you're actually bold enough to enter the Tower of Radiance. Jianshan of the martial soul lineage stole the supreme legacy of our Radiant Saint Hall right under Sir Artifact's spirit's nose, and you're related to Jianshan. Do you think Sir Artifact's spirit will kill you out of anger after you enter the Tower of Radiance? That does make sense now that you mention it. Everyone, do you think Sir Artifact's spirit will kill Baiyu after she enters the Tower of Radiance? Many hallowed Saint Masters sneered in the surroundings. Chapter 2502. At this moment, a group of elders from the Radiant Saint Hall arrived near the Tower of Radiance as well. Their arrival immediately made the surroundings fall silent. Even the hallowed Saint Masters who were insulting Baiyu shut their mouth. As for Baiyu, she immediately saw her former master, Mu Shui, among those elders. In the past, she was only a nameless disciple of the Soaring Clouds Peak. It was Mu Shui who had come to the Soaring Clouds Peak to take her in as a disciple and bring her into the sacred hall. From then on, her status skyrocketed, becoming the disciple of an elder that everyone envied. But at the same time, it was Mu Shui who expelled her, severing their relationship as master and disciple. Bai Yu had fallen from heaven to hell in a single instance. Bai Yu's gaze became mixed as she looked at Mu Shui's once friendly face. After a moment of hesitation, she pushed through the crowd and arrived before Mu Shui. She bowed, "Master." Bai Yu's actions attracted the gazes of all the elders. However, without any exception, all of their eyes were cold. Mu Shui's eyes were cold as well. She stared at Bai Yu emotionlessly and said, "Bai Yu, it's actually not suitable for you to come here. Also, I've stopped being your master a long time ago. You should call me elder." Bai Yu's heart immediately chilled when she heard Mu Shui's cold words. Her eyes reddened as tears filled her eyes. She could endure the mockery from the hallowed saint masters in the surroundings, but she could not ignore the words of her former master. The coldness and mercilessness of Mu Shui was like a steel needle that pierced her heart, causing her to feel incomparable pain. "Look, Donglin Yan Shui has actually come as well." "What? Donglin Yan Shui? That traitor who helped the martial soul lineage actually has the face to return." At this moment, a series of discussions rang out, and the crowd surged. She wore the robes of a radiant saint master and possessed an otherworldly bearing. The beautiful Donglin Yan Shui slowly made her way over from the crowd. Wherever she passed by, the hallowed saint masters in the surroundings would move aside, automatically opening up a path for her. Donglin Yan Shui naturally heard the discussions around her, but she didn't care at all. She appeared calm and unruffled. In the end, she arrived in front of Mu Shui and bowed to her. She opened her mouth and said, "Master Yan Shui, you've come." Looking at Donglin Yan Shui, Mu Shui revealed a faint smile. Although Donglin Yan Shui had also helped Jianchen, Donglin Yan Shui was far more guilty than Bai Yu. However, Mu Shui's attitude toward Donglin Yan Shui was completely different. "You have to do your best to obtain the Protector Sword's master this time. Once you gain the recognition of the Protector Sword and grasp its power, no one in the Radiant Saint Hall will dare to say anything to you anymore," Mu Shui said gently. Donglin Yan Shui's eyes lit up and she nodded slightly. "A Protector Sword." To another side, Bai Yu clenched her fists tightly. Originally, she had no interest in a Protector Sword, but she had already had enough of being targeted and suppressed by her seniors and juniors in the past few years. Now that she heard about how useful a Protector Sword would be, her heart began to burn with desire. "Although it's basically impossible for me to obtain a Protector Sword with my talent, I have to do my best," Bai Yu swore inside. Before long, the leader and the 8 vice leaders appeared outside the Tower of Radiance together. The 9 of them worked together to open the Grand Exalt's formation around the Tower of Radiance, and ordered all the hallowed saint masters to enter. Opening a Grand Exalt's formation required 2 vice leaders at the very least, and it could not be opened for too long. However, due to the fact that there were just too many hallowed saint masters entering this time, the Grand Exalt's formation needed to be opened for a very long time. As a result, the leader and the 8 vice leaders had to take action together. With the Grand Exalt's formation activated, all the hallowed saint masters gathered there, charged into the Tower of Radiance as quickly as they could. As they constantly flickered, the number of hallowed saint masters in the hall rapidly decreased. Finally, after several hours, all the hallowed saint masters had entered the Tower of Radiance. Even the elders of the Radiant Saint Hall did not fall behind. The huge palace that was originally packed with people had now become empty. "Let's go in as well. Let's see who will gain the recognition of a Protector Sword in the end," said the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall. Afterwards, he vanished with the 8 vice leaders, entering the Tower of Radiance as well. All the hallowed saint masters had gathered in the Tower of Radiance. There were several 100,000 of them. There were over 1,000,000 disciples in the Radiant Saint Hall, but not all of them had comprehended the laws of the hallowed. As a result, basically all the hallowed saint masters in the Radiant Saint Hall had gathered there. After all, the Protector Swords represented an opportunity to rise up in a single step. Everyone was tempted. There were definitely not a lot of exceptions like Han Xian. All the hallowed Saint Masters sat on the ground as they stared at the 9 mountains in the sky curiously. They were filled with burning interest. With the 9 swords, you will become the master of the Tower of Radiance's subordinates. You will only be able to fight for the master of the Tower of Radiance in the future. The artifact spirit's voice boomed through the surroundings. It was as deafening as thunder. The artifact spirit repeated the origins of the protector swords. After warning them seriously, it called out, "If anyone is unwilling, you can withdraw right now. Otherwise, once you wield a protector sword, if you don't obey the master's orders in the future, you will be devoured by the power of the protector swords and die." The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chen, sighed gently when he heard that. With a single movement, he left. Clearly, he did not plan on taking part in the fight for the protector swords. Xianzhan, one of the 8 vice leaders, hesitated slightly before making up his mind in the end. He also left with Yu Chen. As for the remaining 7 deputy palace masters, their eyes were filled with burning desire. It was obvious that they wanted to obtain the Guardian's sacred sword. "I wonder how I can obtain the protector swords," Donglin Yen Shui thought as she looked at the protector swords stabbed into the 9 mountains. This was because the strength of the hallowed Saint Masters gathered there was completely unequal. If they competed for the protector swords with their own strength, it would clearly be unreasonable. Who would be able to compete against the 7 vice leaders? Artifact Spirit, did you hear that? Give the 9 protector swords to whoever I tell you to, Gong Sunji growled. His face was sunken as he became extremely agitated. This was because he discovered that the artifact spirit did not seem to take him, the descendant of a grand exalt, seriously. The 9 protector swords represented the power of 9 peak experts. He hoped that all the people who wielded the protector swords would fall into his hands. At this moment, the 9 mountains in the sky suddenly shone brightly. The light was almost tangible, shining down and enveloping all the hallowed Saint Masters seated below. Immediately, all the people who were enveloped by the white light lost all their senses. All they could see was whiteness. Even the senses of their souls were unable to expand. Even someone as powerful as the Vice Palace Master was the same. This was because this was the power of the 9 protector sword. It was not something that they could contend against. Within the white light, Bai Yu sat cross-legged. She was both nervous and uneasy. "You're called Bai Yu?" At this moment, a gentle voice rang out in her head. In front of Bai Yu, a middle-aged man appeared without a sound. Chapter 2503. Looking at the middle-aged man who had silently appeared in front of her, Bai Yu felt that this middle-aged man seemed to have fused with the white light shining down from the 9 mountains, becoming the only existence in this vast white world. However, in the next moment, Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, she could not see anything else apart from the middle-aged man. She could vaguely guess the middle-aged man's identity, and she immediately became nervous and uneasy. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man smiled warmly. He seemed extremely friendly and said, "You must have guessed my identity from your reaction. I am the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance." After her identity was confirmed, Bai Yu's face immediately turned pale. She subconsciously took a step back and her heart turned cold. The artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance was a godlike existence in Bai Yu's eyes. He was supreme, and all the divine king and elders of the Radiant Saint Hall had to lower their heads. They had to refer to him as Sir or Senior politely. He was truly an unreachable existence. However, such a supreme existence had actually come to find her. Bai Yu immediately connected this to what the Divine King of Radiance had said. Was the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance really trying to kill her because of her relationship with her second senior brother? After all, not only was her second senior brother a member of the martial soul lineage, but he was also the greatest enemy of the Radiant Saint Hall. Moreover, he had entered the Tower of Radiance and taken away the supreme legacy here. He had taken away the most important thing here. "You don't need to be nervous. "I have no ill intentions," said the middle-aged man. Afterwards, he extended his finger gently, and 2 stone stools and a stone table immediately rose up from the ground. He sat down on one of the stone stools before pointing at the other one to Baiyu. He said, "Let's sit down and talk." The artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance had personally shown up and specially prepared a stone stool for Baiyu. If any other divine king of radiance saw this, they would be stunned. This was because even Gongsun Ji, a descendant of the Grand Exalt, did not receive such treatment. In reality, let alone Gongsun Ji, even the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall and the 8 vice-leaders had never seen the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. They had only heard its voice. Baiyu hesitated as she looked at the stone bench before her. She was rather confused about what the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance was trying to do, but in the end, she still made her way over uneasily and sat down. "Your second senior brother's true identity is a member of the martial soul lineage. Do you hate him for lying to you for so long?" The artifact spirit said calmly. It was impossible to tell what she was feeling. Baiyu was silent for a moment. Then, she gritted her teeth and mustered her courage to say, "I don't hate him. No matter what his identity is, he has always been the one who treats me the best." The artifact spirit glanced at Baiyu deeply. Without saying anything, it suddenly vanished. In the next moment, all the Divine King of Radiance gathered in the Tower of Radiance felt the ground shake violently. A suffocating, terrifying energy suddenly permeated the surroundings. Accompanying it was the clear thrum of a sword that ripped through the surroundings. All the hallowed Saint Masters gathered there clearly saw an extremely bright streak of white light fall from the sky, disappearing in a flash. "It's a protector sword. It's a protector sword. Someone has already gained the recognition of a protector sword. Who is it? Who is this person?" The hearts of all the hallowed Saint Masters began to thump heavily. A protector sword represented an opportunity to reach the heavens in a single stroke. Since someone had obtained a protector sword, it meant that no matter what their cultivation was, they would become a peak expert in the future. They would become a supreme figure in the Radiant Saint Hall. In the distance, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chun, and the vice-leader, Xianzhan, stood with their hands behind their back. They stared at the region enveloped by white light. "Someone has already obtained a protector sword," said the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall. His feelings were mixed. He had no idea whether he was happy or worried. "It doesn't matter who has obtained a protector sword. It means that the strength of our Radiant Saint Hall has risen to a whole new level," Xianzhan said emotionlessly. The region was enveloped by the power of the protector sword. Coupled with the interference of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance, the two of them were unable to see what was happening within the white light even with their strength. They had no idea who had obtained the protector sword. On the other hand, Baiyu felt a flash of light in front of her eyes as a long sword that gave off a dazzling radiance suddenly appeared before her eyes. The sword was around 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. It was simple in shape and was filled with the presence of time. The energy it contained was so great that it was earth-shaking. At this moment there was a flash of light. Before Baiyu could even return to her senses, her finger had been cut open by the sword, and a droplet of blood was absorbed by the sword. Afterwards, to her surprise, she discovered that a profound mental connection had already been established between her and the sword. "The 4th protector sword, Cliff's sword," Baiyu murmured softly. She discovered that she could communicate with the sword in front of her, and she instantly learned the sword's name. Baiyu's eyes immediately lit up. She was so excited that she struggled to contain herself. She struggled to believe that this was real. The sword before her was actually a protector sword, and it was the one that ranked 4th out of the 9 protector swords, Cliff's sword. "Henceforth, you are the master of Devilcliff's sword." Devilcliff's sword was not forged from any material. Instead, it was created by Devilcliff, ranked 4th among the 9 retainers. "This sword is Devilcliff, and Devilcliff is the sword." However, Cliff has already become the artifact spirit. You can communicate with the artifact spirit, and you can unleash the power of Cliff's sword through the artifact spirit. At the same time, the artifact spirit's voice rang out in Bai Yu's head. Donglin Yen Shui, have you ever regretted helping Jianchen of the martial soul lineage escape? The artifact spirit appeared before Donglin Yen Shui and asked her a question. I don't regret it. If I could turn back time and face that scene again, I would still make the same choice, Donglin Yen Shui said without any hesitation. Jianchen's figure had already been imprinted in her heart. The artifact spirit nodded before vanishing. In the next moment, a second thrum rang out. A protector sword fell with devastating power, hovering before Donglin Yen Shui. This sword is Yuanye's sword. It ranks third among the 9 protector swords. It was left behind by Yuanye of the 9 retainers. Before long, a third protector sword fell and hovered before Xianming. A protector sword. It's actually a protector sword. I never thought I would be fortunate enough to obtain a protector sword. Ha 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 ha, the 8th ranked protector sword. From today onwards, I'll be relying on you to gain a foothold in the Saints' world. You are the most important treasure in my life. In just a short amount of time, 3 protector swords had already fallen, which made the hallowed Saint Masters who had yet to obtain a protector sword uneasy. They were extremely nervous. Artifact spirit, get out here! Gongsun Ji bellowed to another side. His face was extremely vicious. 3 of the 9 protector swords had already fallen. None of them belonged to people he could control, which made him furious. Chapter 2504. Clearly, Gongsun Ji's roars were useless. The artifact spirit directly ignored him. This was because the current artifact spirit was no longer the artifact spirit of the past. His identity as a descendant of a grand exalt was useless. At this moment, the 4th streak of light shot down. Another protector sword shot down from the mountain as a dazzling streak of light. The 4th protector sword was about to choose a master. However, the protector sword did not land in the region enveloped by white light. Instead, it turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards the exit of the Tower of Radiance. In the distance, the eyes of the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chun, and vice-leader Xian Zhan narrowed. They could clearly see a protector sword descend and fly towards them as a streak of white light. It moved extremely quickly. In a single moment, the 4th protector sword crossed the distance and hovered before Xian Zhan. It flickered with light. Xian Zhan was confused as he stared at the simple protector sword that possessed astonishing power. For a moment, he was unable to understand what was going on. Even the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chun, was stunned. This was because both he and Xian Zhan had clearly withdrawn from the competition for the protector sword. They were very surprised by the fact that the protector sword had actually come to them voluntarily. This protector sword comes from the 9th-ranked retainer, Kai Ming. Since Kai Ming's sword has chosen you, it means you're fated with Kai Ming. Are you willing to wield Kai Ming's sword and fight for the master of the Tower of Radiance? The artifact spirit's voice rang out in Xian Zhan's head. Xian Zhan did not become excited with the protector sword before him. Instead, he hesitated slightly before asking, "Will the master of the Tower of Radiance be Gongsun Ji?" "He has no right to become my master," said the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. Xian Zhan made up his mind when he heard that. He said, "All right. Since the next master of the Tower of Radiance isn't Gongsun Ji, I will accept the 9th protector sword and become its wielder." As soon as he finished speaking, the 9th saint's sword flashed with light. It cut open his finger at a speed that even Xian Zhan could not react to, absorbing some of his blood. When Yu Chun, who was standing beside him, saw this scene, a glint flashed across his eyes. He stared at the protector sword without blinking as he revealed a pondering expression. At the same time, the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance stood on the top of one of the 9 mountains in the Tower of Radiance, silently watching the hallowed Saint Masters below. Bai Yu, Donglin, Yan Shui, Xianzhan, and Xianming have all obtained a protector sword. Only Han Xian remains. Han Xian was once Master's teacher. Before Master left, he specially told me to take good care of Han Xian. However, Han Xian didn't enter the Tower of Radiance. Moreover, the remnant consciousness of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance has always been influencing me. It wants to assimilate me and turn me into its past self. I don't know how much longer I can remain clear-headed, so I need to bestow all these protector swords to Master's friends while I'm still clear-headed, the artifact spirit murmured. After a moment of hesitation, he sent a message to the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall secretly, telling him to gather all the hallowed Saint Masters who had yet to enter the Radiant Saint Hall. After receiving the message from the artifact spirit, Yu Chen did not hesitate at all. He immediately left the Tower of Radiance. Before long, Yu Chen entered the Tower of Radiance with over 100 hallowed Saint Masters. These hallowed Saint Masters all knew that they had no fate with the protector swords. As a result, they had no interest in the protector swords at all. To no surprise, the Lord of the Soaring Clouds Peak, Han Xian, was among them. Under Yu Chen's orders, the hallowed Saint Masters all entered the region enveloped by white light. Swish! However, soon after they entered, there was a whistling sound. The fifth protector sword flew down from the mountain with a clear thrum, landing in Han Xian's hand. Out of the 9 protector swords, Heida's sword ranked 5th. From today onwards, you are the wielder of Heida's sword, an obscure voice rang out in Han Xian's head. Han Xian became stunned as he looked at the protector sword hovering before him and sensed the obscure connection he had established with it. He felt like he was dreaming. A lot of information regarding Heida's sword appeared in his head. Among the 9 retainers of the Master of the Tower of Radiance, Heida ranked 5th. He was a 7th Heavenly Layer Grand Prime. The sword originated from Heida. As the wielder of the sword, he basically controlled all of Heida's power. As long as he possessed the sword, even if he was only the Divine King of Light, his battle prowess would truly reach the peak. He would be able to take on Grand Primes. Even some weaker Grand Primes would not be his opponent. The current strongest ancestor of the Han family was only a 9th Heavenly Layer Chaotic Prime, while the Patriarch who had expelled him was only an Infinite Prime. However, the power he possessed right now was no weaker than a Grand Prime. Han Xian felt like he was dreaming. It did not feel real. I am a descendant of a Grand Exalt. My ancestor was your former master, the artifact spirit. I don't want the right to distribute the protector swords. I only want the most powerful protector sword. Gongsun Ji roared out from afar. He began to panic as he watched the protector swords fall one after another, but he still did not get a share. He wanted the most powerful protector sword. A protector sword was equivalent to skyrocketing. Regardless of whether he would become the master of the Tower of Radiance in the future, he had to obtain one of the protector swords. The artifact spirit glanced at Gongsun Ji coldly from the top of the mountain before no longer paying any attention to him. Gongsun Ji's resentment towards Jianchen was just too deep. He would never let Gongsun Ji inherit a protector sword. If it weren't for the lingering consciousness of the artifact spirit from the Tower of Radiance, you wouldn't be able to possess the miniature world for yourself, the artifact spirit thought. He was no longer the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance in the past, so he had no feelings for the descendant of the previous master of the Tower of Radiance at all. Out of the 9 protector swords, the greatest one is Godslayer's sword. It was transformed from the strongest of the 9 retainers, Godslayer. Godslayer was a 9th Heavenly Layer Grand Prime when he was alive, so this sword is the most powerful out of the 9 protector swords. This sword should be left for Master's mother. The artifact spirit looked at the sword stabbed into the ground behind him. He had already decided on who the first protector sword belonged to. However, at this moment, the artifact spirit's body suddenly began to tremble violently. His body that had been condensed from energy had almost collapsed. In his eyes, two completely different gazes flickered. It was as if two completely independent thoughts and consciousnesses were engaged in an intense battle. The lingering consciousness of the artifact spirit from the Tower of Radiance appeared once again, engaging in an intense battle with the artifact spirit. He wanted to assimilate the artifact spirit. Your era has already become a thing of the past. It's impossible for you to assimilate me, the artifact spirit growled. His figure would blur and clear at times. He was extremely unstable. But in the end, his eyes lost their original light, replaced by a completely unfamiliar coldness. As a result, his eyes seemed emotionless. Godslayer's sword should be controlled by Master's descendant, the artifact spirit said coldly. He extended a finger towards the protector sword behind him gently. Immediately, the first protector sword stabbed into the ground directly shot into the air and landed in Gongsun Ji's hand. Chapter 2505. Godslayer's Sword. I've obtained the first protector sword, Godslayer's Sword. Ha 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 ha. Gongsun Ji could not help but laugh aloud as he grasped Godslayer's sword and sensed the information from it. It was also at this moment that the white light from the 9 mountains vanished. All the hallowed Saint Masters gathered there were revealed as well. The 9 mountains that hovered in the sky were submerged in space again, vanishing without a trace. What's going on? Where are the 9 mountains? The mountains have vanished. Has the selection of the protector swords come to an end? There were clearly 9 protector swords, so why did it end when 6 were missing? Have none of us been chosen by the protector swords? Immediately, a noisy discussion rang out in the surroundings. Many of the hallowed Saint Masters who had not been chosen by the protector swords expressed their reluctance. Their eyes were gloomy as they felt dejected. At this moment, 5 bright streaks of light shone over. They were as dazzling as the sun. All the hallowed Saint Masters looked over, and they saw a scene that made all of them jealous with a single glance. 5 protector swords hovered in the air, standing between Donglin and Yan Shui. A layer of pure light descended from above Bai Yu, Han Xian, Xian Ming, and Gongsun Ji, enveloping the 5 of them. Without even thinking about it, everyone knew that the 5 of them had obtained 5 protector swords. Isn't that Bai Yu from the Soaring Clouds Peak? Bai Yu has actually obtained the recognition of a protector sword. Heavens, am I seeing things? Bai Yu only has a 2-colored soul core, yet she can obtain a protector sword. This isn't fair. Han Xian has actually obtained the recognition of a protector sword as well. The only 2 people left on the Soaring Clouds Peak have both obtained protector swords. This is unbelievable. The Soaring Clouds Peak has truly soared up. From today onwards, no one will be bold enough to speak ill of the master and disciple of the Soaring Clouds Peak. Donglin Yan Shui has actually obtained a protector sword as well? She helped Jianshan of the martial soul lineage escape in the past. She's a sinner of our radiant Saint Hall. How can a protector sword choose her? Cries of surprise rang out in the surroundings. Many people were unable to accept the fact that Han Xian, Bai Yu, and Donglin Yan Shui had obtained a protector sword. In particular, the hallowed Saint Masters who had mocked Bai Yu in the past or tried to sow discord between them paled when they saw Bai Yu obtain a protector sword. The Sacred Hall's elder, Mu Shui, stared at Bai Yu without blinking. Her heart was extremely uneasy. Bai Yu was originally her disciple, but because of her relationship with Jianshan, she was ruthlessly expelled from the sect. However, she never expected that Bai Yu would have the opportunity to obtain a guardian saint sword. Looking at the ancient long sword floating above Bai Yu's head, Mu Shui suddenly felt a burst of bitterness in her heart. At that moment, she suddenly thought of just how much glory she would receive if Bai Yu was still her disciple. Just how much would her status in the Radiant Saint Hall rise through Bai Yu? Sigh. Mu Shui sighed gently inside. She knew that her relationship with Bai Yu was probably irreparable. It would never return to how it was in the past. This was because Bai Yu had already become an important figure in the Radiant Saint Hall. With her protector sword, her status and right to speak had completely surpassed her as an elder. Donglin Yen Shui, you traitor. You actually have the face to come here? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Gongsun Ji also discovered that Donglin Yen Shui had actually obtained the recognition of a protector sword. Cold killing intent immediately filled his eyes. Gongsun Ji truly hated Donglin Yen Shui to the core. If she had not helped Jianchen escape in the past, it was extremely likely for the Grand Exalt's cultivation method to end up in his hands. That was a Grand Exalt's cultivation method. Just how many people in the entire Saints world could withstand that? Once he obtained the cultivation method, his future accomplishments would be limitless. In the end, it was because of Donglin Yen Shui that he missed out on the cultivation method. Gongsun Ji's fury was unimaginable. Gongsun Ji, you may be the divine king of light, and your cultivation is greater than mine, but we both wield protector swords. Our statuses are on par. You no longer have the right to judge whether I'm a traitor or not, Donglin Yen Shui replied coldly. Now that she wielded a protector sword, she was filled with confidence. How dare you? Gongsun Ji bellowed out. He immediately ordered all the hallowed saint masters gathered in the surroundings to move away before swinging his protector sword towards Donglin Yen Shui. However, when he swung his protector sword halfway, it came to a halt in the air. No matter how hard Gongsun Ji tried, he was unable to make the protector sword slash down. It was as if the protector sword was no longer under Gongsun Ji's control. Gongsun Ji, you're the last one to obtain a protector sword. You probably haven't digested the information from the protector sword yet. The 9 retainers of the Master of the Tower of Radiance once went through life and death together. They've already become sworn brothers, so it's impossible for them to fight against each other. As the wielder of a protector sword, if we attack them with our protector swords, we'll suffer great resistance from the protector sword, Donglin Yen Shui said coldly. Gongsun Ji's face sank when he heard that. At this moment, he had just finished digesting the information from the protector sword. Just as Donglin Yen Shui had said, the protector swords were forbidden from fighting against each other. At this moment, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chun, appeared. He glanced at the sky where the sacred mountain had vanished before looking at the people who wielded the protector swords deeply. He said, "It looks like the selection of the protector swords this time has ended. Everyone, return." With that, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall vanished. "Father, I obtained a protector sword." Xian Ming showed off his protector sword in front of Xian Zhan excitedly. "Xian Zhan, your son is impressive. He wields a protector sword. From today onwards, your son is a protector of our Radiant Saint Hall." The 7 other leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall all gathered over as well. They all stared at the protector sword enviously. Good. 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 Xian Zhan smiled from ear to ear as he felt extremely proud. To another side, Donglin Qiushui arrived before Donglin Yen Shui. She was excited as well. As for Han Xian, he held the protector sword as he became rather dazed. The surprise was just too great. Even now, he still found it to be unreal. The selection of the protector swords officially came to an end. 6 of the 9 protector swords had chosen a master, while the remaining 3 vanished with the sacred mountain. The artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance no longer spoke. Very soon, all the hallowed saint masters gathered in the Tower of Radiance left. Only a portion of the late Divine King hallowed saint masters chose to remain. They planned to break through to the primordial realm in the Tower of Radiance and condense soul trees before leaving. Gongsun Ji did not continue to hide in the Tower of Radiance. His confidence swelled after obtaining the first protector sword, Godslayer's sword. He no longer feared the mysterious expert who specifically targeted the late divine king hallowed saint masters. Just when Xian Zhan, Xian Ming, Bai Yu, Donglin Yen Shui, Han Xian, and Gongsun Ji left the Tower of Radiance with their protector swords, the celestial sword saint slowly opened his eyes on the sword god mountains. He glanced in the direction of the Radiant Saint Hall indifferently and murmured, "Spiritual swords condensed from the ancient sword clan. I never thought that there would be traces of the ancient sword clan in the Tower of Radiance of the Radiant Saint Hall. This clan has already gone extinct." At the same time, an extremely unkempt beggar-like old man sat leisurely on a rattan chair in the imperial capital of the Violet Wind Empire in the southern region of the Desolate Plain. He guarded the teleportation formation that could take people to other planes. At this moment, the unkempt old man stiffened slightly. He suddenly sat up straight, and the light in his eyes flickered. He stared straight at the central region of the Desolate Plain, where the Radiant Saint Hall resided. Chapter 2506. As he murmured to himself, the unkempt old man had already vanished. No one discovered his departure. Even the soldiers guarding the teleportation formation did not sense him at all. When the unkempt old man appeared again, he had crossed an extremely great distance, directly arriving in the central region from the southern region. He stood outside the protective formation of the Radiant Saint Hall. At this moment, the protective formation of the Radiant Saint Hall had already been fully activated, unleashing its greatest power. From afar, the entire Radiant Saint Hall seemed to be enveloped by a huge, semicircular barrier of energy. The unkempt old man did not give off any presence at all. He hovered outside the protective formation like a ghost. Afterwards, with a twist of his body, he drifted towards the protective formation. The protective formation of the Radiant Saint Hall was completely useless before the old man. In the end, the unkempt old man passed through the protective formation without any obstructions, entering the interior of the Radiant Saint Hall. From the beginning to the end, no one discovered anything strange, nor did anyone discover the existence of the unkempt old man. Even the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chen, had no idea that an uninvited guest had appeared in the Radiant Saint Hall. The old man did not venture any further either. After entering the Radiant Saint Hall, he hovered in the air beside the protective formation. He stared at the sacred hall that hovered above the clouds in the distance without blinking at all. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space, ignoring the obstruction of the sacred hall. He could see everything within the sacred hall clearly. It's actually caused by the 6 swords. The 6 swords aren't forged from materials. Instead, they seem more like powerful creatures. A strange light appeared in the unkempt old man's eyes. After a moment of thought, he emitted an extremely obscure presence of the senses of his soul, enveloping the entire Radiant Saint Hall. Very soon, he gathered a lot of information. The 9 protector swords? I never thought that the Tower of Radiance would hide such a wondrous item. With these protector swords, no one on the Desolate Plain will be able to stop the Radiant Saint Hall from today onwards. Probably even the Celestial Sword Saint with the 3 lives Sword God's legacy will be powerless to stop them. I just wonder if the Radiant Saint Hall will be ambitious enough to expand outwards. Otherwise, the Desolate Plain will probably be flooded with blood. The unkempt old man glanced in the direction of the sacred hall deeply before submerging himself into the protective formation again. He left there silently, coming and going as he pleased. Before long, all the protective formations of the Radiant Saint Hall were shut down. The entire Radiant Saint Hall became defenseless. At the same time, Xian Zhan, Xian Ming, Bai Yu, Yen Shui, Han Xian, and Gongsun Ji all raised their protector swords. Suddenly, the power of the protector holy swords erupted like a flash flood, shocking all the top experts in the barren state. The Radiant Saint Hall did not choose to hide the existence of the protector swords. Instead, they directly announced it to everyone. Immediately, all the peak experts on the desolate plain roused. They all left where they cultivated and hurried to the radiant St. Hall in shock and unease. At the same time, Jianchen and Su Ran left the Prosper Plain through a teleportation formation on the extremely distant Prosper Plain. Soon after the two of them left, a huge tower suddenly appeared where the heavenly palace of Bishing resided in the central region of the Prosper Plain. With a heavy rumble, it landed heavily on the empty ground before the heavenly palace of Bishing. The tower was extremely huge, several 100,000 meters tall. From afar, it seemed like a spine that supported the world. It was extremely shocking. Moreover, its weight was astonishing. When it landed on the ground, the entire Prosper Plain shook a few times. Just by landing on the ground, the tower had basically shaken up the entire plain. To no surprise, the ancient tower was the Anata Tower that Jianchen had returned not long ago. However, the Anata Tower was countless times larger than when Jianchen possessed it. It was also at this moment that the heavenly palace of Bishing suddenly shone brightly. A blinding, golden light shone from the heavenly palace of Bishing, enveloping the Anata Tower. The scorching golden light seemed to possess a merciless might. Under the envelopment of the golden light, the slashes that covered the Anata Tower rapidly weakened. The layer of golden light was clearly weakening the power of the slashes. At the same time, the power hidden in the depths of the Anata Tower seemed to awaken from its slumber after being enveloped by the golden light. It began to cooperate with the golden light, exhausting the power of the sword slashes from both inside and outside. The slashes had been left behind by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt in the past. They formed a powerful seal that had sealed up the Anata Tower for over 3 million years. It was also because of the existence of the seal that not only was the Anata Tower unable to be repaired, but it was also unable to unleash the full power of the Anata Tower. The slashes possessed intelligence. Faced with the threat, all the slashes on the Anata Tower shone brightly. Terrifying sword chi erupted to resist the attack. Supreme sword intent enveloped the entire Prosper Plain. Figures flickered outside the heavenly palace of Bishing's territory. Peak experts appeared silently as they stared at the colossal Anata Tower. It's the Anata Tower. The Anata Tower has returned. What terrifying sword chi! The Nirvanic Immortal Exalt really is the greatest expert of the Immortals world after all. The sword chi he left behind on the Anata Tower all those years ago is still there. It still possesses such power after so long. The artifact spirit of the heavenly palace of Bishing is currently using the power of the heavenly palace of Bishing to refine the sword chi. The heavenly palace of Bishing really is a peak god artifact. Just the power of the heavenly palace itself is so terrifying. Before long, the news of the Anata Tower returning to the heavenly palace of Bishing spread across the entire Saints world with lightning speed. Many peak experts who had fought over the Anata Tower sighed when they heard the news. Regret and reluctance appeared in their hearts, and they all gave up on pursuing Jianchen. They pursued Jianchen mainly to obtain the Anata Tower and return it to the heavenly palace of Bishing in exchange for great merit so that they could establish ties with the heavenly palace of Bishing. Now that the Anata Tower had returned to its rightful owner, it was meaningless for them to continue searching for Jianchen. On the other side, Jianchen and Su Ran had already crossed a small portion of the Saints' world after being constantly teleported. They returned to the Star Brilliance Plane. The Grand Prime you want to kill is from the Star Brilliance Plane? Su Ran frowned slightly as she stood on the Star Brilliance Plane. The Star Brilliance Plane was the territory of the 9 Brilliance Star Lord. She felt some fear towards a peak expert like that. Chapter 2507. The 5 Point Sect was a rather renowned peak organization on the Star Brilliance Plane. Everyone knew about it. After arriving in the territory of the 5 Point Sect, Jianchen and Su Ran only asked around casually before learning the location of the 5 Point Sect. Afterwards, they directly made their way over. Before long, Jianchen and Su Ran arrived at the entrance of the 5 Point Sect. The 5-Point Sect was established in a spiritual mountain that was extremely abundant with origin energy. The entire mountain was enveloped by a layer of thick, white mist, which was barely visible. The white mist was not actually white mist. Instead, it was condensed from origin energy that was extremely dense. The 5-Point Sect held a disciple acceptance ceremony once every 100 years. Whenever that happened, many cultivators would rush over from the Star Brilliance plane to join the 5-Point Sect as a disciple. They would take pride in joining the 5-Point Sect. Today just happened to be the 5-Point Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony that occurred once every 100 years. Thus, there was already a sea of people before the entrance of the 5-Point Sect. Various carriages and formidable flying beasts carried numerous young geniuses of extraordinary birth over from all over, and all of them were gathered here. Many of the cultivators who had come to join the sect were ordinary people. When they saw the flickering carriages and powerful birds, they all became fearful and retreated far away. At this moment, 3 streaks of golden light shot over from the horizon. They were 3 birds covered in golden feathers. They were extremely powerful, possessing the battle prowess of early divine king. A young man stood on the backs of the 3 golden birds. He possessed a striking appearance, and his face was filled with undisguised arrogance. All the cultivators who had come to join the sect moved aside when they saw the 3 birds. To be able to use early divine king birds as mounts, they definitely belonged to large clans that possessed primordial realm experts. Move! At this moment, someone called out from the 3 birds. 2 of the birds flapped their wings and landed in the crowd with a powerful wind pressure, causing a disturbance. That was not all. Whether it was intentional or not, the 2 golden birds flapped their huge wings. Immediately, the cultivators who were closer to the 2 birds were swept away. Some of the weaker cultivators vomited blood and were severely injured. After all, these 2 birds had the strength of the early divine king realm. Even though they did not have any killing intent, a simple movement from them could cause serious injuries to some weaker warriors. However, all the martial practitioners gathered in front of the 5-Flower Sect's mountain gate did not dare to voice their anger in the face of the 2 flying beasts' tyranny. The 5-Point Sect did not stop anything that happened here. Clearly, they had an attitude of not caring. Scram! At this moment, a cold shout was heard. The 3rd golden bird flapped its wings and started to descend. The place where it landed was exactly where Jianchen and Su Ran were standing. Jianchen and Su Ran did not move at all. They had no intention of moving at all. The young man on the bird was enraged when he saw this. He sent a message to the golden bird, and a sliver of cold light immediately appeared in the bird's eyes. Its sharp claws immediately targeted Jianchen and Su Ran. Jianchen frowned. Kaya's death had already filled him with killing intent. At this very moment, he was like an extremely unstable volcano. However, with the slightest provocation, he would erupt violently. His eyes turned cold. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, light immediately surged into the air as sword intent filled the surroundings. A resplendent strand of sword chi shot towards the golden bird. The sword chi was like a rainbow and as fast as lightning. With a flash, the bird with the cultivation of the early divine king realm was cut in half by the sword chi. Blood rained down like rain. On the other hand, the young man standing on the bird directly fell from the sky. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was in a sorry state. He stood on the ground and pointed at Jianchen. He was both surprised and furious. Originally, he wanted to curse, but when he saw how composed Jianchen was, he did not dare to say anything. The primordial realm. It's actually the primordial realm. A series of deep cries rang out from the nearby carriage. The divine king realm experts could tell Jianchen's strength, and they were all shocked. With the primordial realm expert's voice, all the cultivators gathered there were shocked. They all looked at Jianchen. In the saint's world, the primordial realm was already an impressive figure. Existences like that would enjoy a certain level of status in any peak organization. They were very rare to see. At this moment, a ruddy old man flew out from the entrance of the 5-point sect. He was a peak divine king realm expert, and he was in charge of recruiting disciples this time. He directly arrived before Jianchen and asked about Jianchen's intentions extremely politely. "I want to see the Point Cloud Venerable," Jianchen directly said. The old man was immediately stunned. He stared at Jianchen blankly as he doubted his ears. The Point Cloud Venerable was the ancestor of the 5-point sect, a renowned peak expert on the star brilliance plane. How could he be seen so easily? Even some primordial realm experts would struggle to see the Point Cloud Venerable unless they had reached the same level as him. That's probably a little. The old man was troubled. "Sigh, old man knew you would come." At this moment, an obscure voice rang out in the surroundings. It was impossible to tell where the voice came from. "Ancestor." The old man from the 5-point sect, who was a peak god king, immediately became stunned when he heard the ancient voice. "Come in," the Point Cloud Venerable said again. With that, the space before Jianchen twisted, forming a space gate in the end. The space in the saint's world was extremely tough, and the laws were extremely powerful. Only peak experts with an extremely deep comprehension of the laws of space could create a space gate here. Jianchen entered the space gate without any hesitation as he looked at it. Su Ran followed closely behind him. In the blink of an eye, he and Su Ran vanished from the entrance of the 5-point sect, leaving behind a large group of dumbfounded cultivators. Jianchen and Su Ran hovered in the air in the forbidden grounds of the 5-point sect. The white-robed Point Cloud Venerable stood before them with his hands behind his back. He looked at Jianchen with mixed feelings. Junior Jianchen greets senior. Jianchen greeted him as a junior, but he did not show any respect at all. He was neither haughty nor humble. "Jianchen, tell me why you've come," said the Point Cloud Venerable. His gaze remained on Jianchen the entire time. He directly ignored Su Ran beside him, not even glancing at her. It was as if Su Ran's cultivation as a chaotic prime was nothing in the Point Cloud Venerable's eyes. "I want to know that person's identity," said Jianchen. "The person who hunts you down calls himself the Elder of Mountains and Seas. He has just become a 3rd Heavenly Layer Grand Prime. He's probably the weakest among the 3rd Heavenly Layer Grand Primes." The Point Cloud Venerable looked at Jianchen deeply and continued, "If you want to take revenge on the Elder of Mountains and Seas, don't waste your efforts because the Elder of Mountains and Seas is already dead." "What? He's already dead?" Jianchen was stunned. He was filled with disbelief. Chapter 2508. Jianchen fell silent when he heard that. He had spent so many 5-colored divine crystals in exchange for an opportunity for the experts of the Myriad Bone Guild to take action. All of this was so that he could kill the Elder of Mountains and Seas and avenge Kea. In the end, when he returned to the Star Brilliance Plane and asked about the Elder of Mountains and Seas, he unexpectedly learnt that his enemy was already dead. This news surprised him. At the same time, he felt empty inside. He could not personally take revenge, so Kaya's vengeance could not be considered avenged. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. What organization does the Elder of Mountains and Seas belong to? Jianchen continued after quite a while. The Point Cloud Venerable could naturally sense that the news of the Elder of Mountains and Seas' death did not weaken Jianchen's killing intent at all. This made him sigh gently inside. If it were not for the Elder of Mountains and Seas' death, if it were not for the fact that the Supreme Blood-Tier Grand Exalt of the Saints' world had been alarmed, he definitely would not have treated Jianchen so carefully. It was exactly because of what happened on the Star Brilliance Plane that the Point Cloud Venerable deeply understood that Jianchen was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. The Elder of Mountains and Seas is the heaven-splitting ancestor of the Gloomwater sect on the Aqua Plane, said the Point Cloud Venerable. The Gloomwater sect on the Aqua Plane. Jianchen growled as he committed the name to memory. Afterwards, he asked again, last time, when Senior destroyed the heaven-obscuring barrier of floating water from the Elder of Mountains and Seas, you mentioned the karma between you and me. However, I don't know Senior, so where does this so-called karma come from? Is it because of the sudden closure of the teleportation formation in the 5-point sect? The Point Cloud Venerable nodded slightly, but he said nothing. Jianchen stared at the Point Cloud Venerable for a while. He remained indifferent the entire time. Afterwards, he clasped his fist at the Point Cloud Venerable in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He said, "Thank you for telling me about the Elder of Mountains and Seas, Senior. Farewell." Jianchen turned and left. The Point Cloud Venerable had suddenly ordered the interplanar teleportation formation to be closed, causing Kea to die on the Star Brilliance plane. How could this karma be resolved so easily? However, he also understood that the Point Cloud Venerable was much more powerful than the Elder of Mountains and Seas, and he controlled the laws of time and space. What he used against the Elder of Mountains and Seas might not be effective against the Point Cloud Venerable. As a result, he could not do anything to the Point Cloud Venerable right now. All he could do was endure for now. The Point Cloud Venerable stood with his hands behind his back. He stared at Jianchen's back as if he could see through what Jianchen was thinking. He sighed helplessly inside. "Jianchen, if you want to destroy the Gloomwater sect, it's probably impossible with just the two of you. That's because the protective formation of the Gloomwater sect was cast down by the Elder of Mountains and Seas at a tremendous cost. It's so tough that it can block the attacks of third heavenly layer Grand Primes. If you want to get through the formation, you'll need a fourth heavenly layer Grand Prime at the very least. If you insist on destroying the Gloomwater sect, Old Man can get through the protective formation for the two of you. Moreover, the Yushui sect has a hell spring that produces hell water. Only a single droplet of hell water can be condensed every million years. Even to Grand Primes, it has wondrous effects. It's extremely precious and priceless. Old Man estimates that the Gloomwater sect has over 10 droplets of hell water at the very least. As a result, if you destroy the Gloomwater sect, various powers on the Aqua Plane will definitely come and interfere, competing for the hell spring and hell water. Moreover, the organizations that are on good terms with the Gloomwater sect might come and reinforce the Gloomwater sect at a crucial moment. Old Man can help you persuade the various experts on the Aqua Plane not to interfere with your grievances with the Gloomwater sect," said the Point Cloud Venerable. He was extremely confident in himself, as if as long as he appeared, none of the experts on the Aqua Plane would dare to disobey him. Indeed, the Point Cloud Venerable did possess such strength and prestige, as the overall strength of the Aqua Plane was nowhere close to the Star Brilliance plane. However, the Point Cloud Venerable was a renowned peak expert on the Star Brilliance plane. His existence alone was enough to make the 5-point sect the 9th peak organization on the Star Brilliance plane. The Point Cloud Venerable had indeed gone to great lengths to resolve the karma between him and Jianchen. Jianchen paused when he heard that, but he did not express anything. He left with Su Ran. After leaving the 5-point sect, Jianchen constantly wondered why the Elder of Mountains and Seas had died as he walked through the bustling street. The Elder of Mountains and Seas was a peak third heavenly layer Grand Prime after all. How could someone so powerful die so easily? Jianchen found this rather surreal. This was because Grand Primes were very difficult to kill. Even if they encountered powerful enemies that they could not defeat, they could use various secret techniques to flee. As long as the difference in strength was not too great, it was basically very difficult to stop them. However, the Elder of Mountains and Seas was a mighty third heavenly layer Grand Prime, yet he could not even flee. Just how powerful was the mysterious expert who killed him? After thinking about it, he discovered that out of all the experts he knew, probably only the Celestial Sword Saint and Mo Tianyun possessed such an ability. Moreover, Jianchen discovered that the Point Cloud Venerable's attitude was rather abnormal when he met him this time. It did not seem like the attitude a peak expert should have towards a weaker cultivator. Moreover, the Point Cloud Venerable had gone to great lengths to resolve the karma between them. Jianchen understood that the Point Cloud Venerable probably knew something, but he just did not want to tell him. The light in Su Ran's eyes constantly flickered as she followed beside Jianchen silently. She had heard every single word of the conversation between the Point Cloud Venerable and Jianchen. The strange death of the Elder of Mountains and Seas and the Point Cloud Venerable's attitude towards Jianchen made her think. Very soon, Jianchen and Su Ran left the Star Brilliance Plain. They arrived on the Aqua Plain, one of the 49 Great Plains of the Saints' World, through a teleportation formation. However, neither Jianchen nor Su Ran sensed a middle-aged man sitting on the greatest peak in the central region of the Star Brilliance Plain. He silently watched their every move until they left the Star Brilliance Plain. He was the supreme figure of the Star Brilliance Plain, the Nine Brilliance Star Lord. It looks like Jianchen plans on going to the Aqua Plain to destroy the Gloomwater sect, the Nine Brilliance Star Lord murmured. The light in his eyes flickered before he stood up and left the Star Brilliance Plain. On the Devour Plain, one of the 7 sacred plains of the Saints' World, the Nine Brilliance Star Lord stood politely in a blood-red divine hall on the Bloodtier Grand Exalt. Before him was a figure shrouded in a dense mist of blood. The figure was the Bloodtier Grand Exalt, a sovereign of the Saints' World. Are you saying that you want Jianchen to die in an accident on the Aqua Plain and sever the possibility of an Ata comprehending the way of emotions extinguishing through Jianchen? The Bloodtier Grand Exalt said coldly. Chapter 2509. It's not as simple as you imagine it to be. If you want to stop an Ata, you can only become her enemy. Moreover, since Jianchen is an Ata's fruit of ways, an Ata must be secretly paying attention to his movements at all times. If you want to kill Jianchen, you have to get through an Ata first, said the Blooddeer Grand Exalt. He felt some fear towards the Anata Grand Prime. However, if Jianchen really does die due to an accident, it will indeed affect Anata greatly. After all, Grand Exalts are the laws of the world, and the laws of the world are emotionless. Anata is willing to fall into the web of love for the sake of comprehending the way of emotions, which has already gone against the laws of the world. As a result, she needs to kill Jianchen to comprehend the way of emotionlessness so that she can break free from the web of love and return to herself. If Jianchen, the thread that can allow her to break free from the web of love, is severed and she's unable to return to herself, she'll face great problems sooner or later. Master, should we find an opportunity? The Nine Brilliance Star Lord asked carefully. Before he could finish, the Bloodtier Grand Exalt raised his hand to stop the Nine Brilliance Star Lord from continuing. He said, "You can't act recklessly in this matter. Anata is secretly paying attention to Jianchen's movements right now. Although she hasn't fully recovered, her will can descend anywhere in the Saints' world in a single moment. If she doesn't want to, no one can kill Jianchen. However, the chaotic Palea-Chi in the chaotic space will erupt soon. At that time, all the Grand Exalts of the Saints' world, Immortals' world, and Demons' world will head to the chaotic space. Anata will naturally be no exception. If she goes to the chaotic space, she won't be able to sense anything in the Saints' world. This might be an opportunity. Master, doesn't that mean we can?" The Nine Brilliance Star Lord's eyes lit up. "Whoever kills Jianchen will become Anata's mortal enemy. If Jianchen really does die in an accident, his death can't have anything to do with you," the Bloodtier Grand Exalt said sternly. "I understand." In a bustling city in the central region of the Aqua Continent, Jianchen and Su Ran had just walked out of a regional teleportation formation. They had already entered the territory of the Gloomwater sect. The city they were currently in belonged to the Gloomwater sect. In the Yushui sect, the only Grand Prime is the Elder of Mountains and Seas, but now that the Elder of Mountains and Seas is dead, the Gloomwater sect's strength will naturally decrease drastically. The only problem is the chaotic primes of the Yushui sect, Su Ran said to Jianchen secretly as she analyzed the current strength of the Gloomwater sect and discussed the matter of destroying it. The Yushui sect has 5 great elders. The 5 great elders are all chaotic primes. There's 1 early chaotic prime, 2 mid-chaotic primes, and 2 late chaotic primes. The 3 early and mid-chaotic primes aren't difficult to deal with. What's truly troublesome are the 2 late chaotic primes. I've already investigated their strength. They're at the 9th heavenly layer and the 8th heavenly layer respectively. Su Ran became rather stern. She said, I'm a 5th heavenly layer chaotic prime right now. If I include the various ancient abilities and secret techniques I know, I can defeat 6th heavenly layer chaotic primes, and that's only if they're regular 6th heavenly layer chaotic primes. If it's people with extraordinary talent, comprehension of powerful laws, and battle prowess, I might only be able to match them. As for 7th heavenly layer chaotic primes, they're late chaotic primes. With my current level of cultivation, even if I come across regular 7th heavenly layer chaotic primes, I'll only be able to protect myself. I won't be the opponent of 8th heavenly layer chaotic primes. Then what about the 9 tribulations incineration formation? Jianchen asked. He was calm. He did not feel pressured at all because of the Gloomwater sect's strength. This time, he had made sufficient preparations. He had come to kill the Elder of Mountains and Seas. Even the Elder of Mountains and Seas was a 3rd heavenly layer Grand Prime, so a few mere chaotic primes were nothing to them. You still don't understand the 9 tribulations incineration formation. The 9 tribulations incineration formation is a wondrous formation that specializes in attacking the soul. If it's used against a single person, it can unleash its greatest power, even against Grand Primes. It can affect even Grand Primes. If it's used against many people, its power will plummet. After all, a wondrous formation that specializes in attacking the soul is different from regular formations. Su Ran looked at Jianchen and said, Moreover, there's only 1 9 tribulations incineration formation, while the Gloomwater sect has a total of 5 chaotic primes. This formation might not be able to envelop all of them. As a result, just in case, we might have to use the opportunity we had in the Myriad Bone Guild. Senior, this must be your first time in Scarlet Water City. Be by a map. It explains every single place in Scarlet Water City in detail. At this moment, a young girl who only seemed to be 16 or 17 pulled back Jianchen. She stared at Jianchen with some timidity in her bright eyes as she tried to sell a map of Scarlet Water City to Jianchen. Jianchen studied the young girl and discovered that she was pretty. Although she was not an alluring beauty, she gave off an unsullied bearing. Moreover, she was pitifully weak. She was only a Heaven Saint Master, and her clothes were in tatters. She seemed like a little beggar. Jianchen could tell with a single glance that the young girl's true age was just like her appearance. She was only in her teens. She was definitely not an old monster who had cultivated for countless years. A pitifully weak young girl who was only in her teens was selling maps in Scarlet Water City where there were many godhood experts. Just how much courage did this require? The slightest carelessness could lead to her death. Jianchen could not help but stare at the young girl deeply. In particular, when he saw the young girl's slightly timid, nervous, and eager gaze, his heart seemed to soften. He said, "All right, I'll buy one. How many divine crystals?" The young girl's eyes immediately lit up when she heard that. She immediately became excited and said in a hurry, "It's not expensive at all. Senior, a map of Scarlet Water City only costs 10 low-grade divine crystals." With that, the young girl stared at Jianchen nervously as if she was afraid that Jianchen would go back on his word. Afterwards, Jianchen took out 10 low-grade divine crystals and bought a map from the young girl. However, He secretly shoved 1,000 high-grade divine crystals into the young girl's low-grade space ring. The young girl was just too weak, so he did not dare to give her supreme-grade divine crystals directly. He was afraid of bringing trouble to the young girl. High-grade divine crystals were relatively safer. Afterwards, Jianchen and the young girl said nothing more. They left with Su Ran. There are countless insignificant people like them in the saints' world. Your sudden kindness might become your weakness one day in the future, said Su Ran, who had been paying attention to everything. Jianchen said nothing. Instead, he slowly opened the map he had bought from the young girl. The map was very crude and could be described as not professional at all. Could not be compared to the maps sold in shops at all. Even the streets drawn on the map were crooked and irregular. Jianchen sighed inside as he looked at the map. He could tell with a single glance that the young girl had probably personally drawn the map. Let go of me, let go of me. I beg you, let go of me. Don't take me. At this moment, a familiar cry rang out. To the side, a few cultivators in uniform walked by. The young girl who had just sold the map to Jianchen had been forcefully taken away by one of the cultivators. Chapter 25:10. Such a scene was naturally seen by many cultivators on the street. Everyone looked at the girl who was taken away with sympathy and pity, and no one dared to stand up and stop them. It was as if the deities who had taken away the girl made many of the gods and even the more powerful overgods fear them. They dared not provoke them. Jianchen's eyes turned cold when he saw this. He arrived before the people in a flash and asked emotionlessly, "May I ask what crime this girl has committed? Why have you taken her away?" The deities were stunned when they saw Jianchen appear before them. However, they sneered soon afterwards. One of them looked at Jianchen with a scornful gaze. "Kid, do you know who we are? I advise you to mind your own business, or you won't be able to get out of here alive. Otherwise, you won't be able to make it out of Scarlet Water City alive." "Sir, they're the subordinates of the young master of Scarlet Water City. You can't offend them." At the same time, many cultivators' messages rang out in Jianchen's head. Jianchen immediately understood everything when he heard them mention the young master of Scarlet Water City. His eyes immediately turned cold, and he said coldly, "Release her." The subordinates of the young master of Scarlet Water City became furious when they saw how Jianchen did not know what was good for them. Their faces all sank, and 3 of them immediately pulled out low-quality saint artifacts as they bellowed out furiously. They charged towards Jianchen with surging killing intent. Jianchen remained emotionless. With a casual wave of his hand, the street immediately lit up with dazzling light. Sharp sword qi enveloped the subordinates of the young master of Scarlet Water City. Immediately, the 3 low-quality saint artifacts directly disintegrated under the sword qi, reduced to fine dust. The deities who had taken away the girl seemed to be cut into pieces under the sword qi. Their bodies began to vanish, and all their bones were reduced to dust. In an instant the deities vanished. They had been reduced to nothingness under the sword qi. However, they were not dead. Their souls hovered there as they stared at Jianchen blankly in fear. Jianchen had only destroyed their bodies and not their souls. The bustling street instantly became completely silent. At this moment, everyone on both sides of the street involuntarily stopped walking. Their faces were filled with shock as they stared at the few clusters of yuan spirits floating in the air. A storm rose in their hearts. Destroying the bodies of a few deities was nothing difficult. The overgods in the crowd could do it easily. However, it was rather shocking that Jianchen could make their bodies disappear with just a casual wave of his hand, leaving only their souls behind. "Just you wait." At this moment, the souls finally returned to their senses. They said viciously before immediately flying towards the city lord's estate. However, Jianchen acted like he had done something insignificant. He did not care about the fleeing souls at all. He slowly made his way over to the girl and asked, "Are you fine?" The girl was extremely pale. Her face was filled with fear and dread. She could not help but pull away from Jianchen as she said with a trembling voice, "I." Originally, she wanted to say, "I'm fine," but she was unable to utter the last two words due to her trembling voice. After all, she was only in her teens. She had not experienced much, so her mental fortitude was naturally not great. Everything that had happened had frightened her silly. "Don't be afraid. With me here, no one in Scarlet Water City can harm you," Jianchen said gently. Su Ran stood to one side and watched everything silently. She said nothing. In her opinion, Jianchen's actions were completely pointless. She had already cultivated for who knows how many years, so she had seen similar things countless times. She was already numb to it, so she basically did not feel pity like Jianchen did. At this moment, a pressure appeared. Under the lead of an old man, over 100 armored soldiers flew over with lightning speed from the direction of the city lord's estate. "Caretaker, it's him. He's the one who destroyed our bodies," one of the souls who had just been destroyed by Jianchen said loudly beside the old man. Without the old man's orders, the soldiers behind him all surged over, surrounding Jianchen and the girl. The little girl was nervous and scared to the extreme. Her petite body was trembling. "Don't be afraid." Jianchen gently placed his hand on the girl's shoulder as he comforted her. "Who are you? How dare you injure the people of our city lord's estate in Scarlet Water City? How bold of you," the old man called out coldly from 3 meters in the air. "What crime has this girl committed? Why are you taking her away?" Jianchen stared straight at the old man. The old man immediately snorted coldly with that. He said coldly, "In Scarlet Water City, the city lord has the final say in who we capture and what crime we punish. You, on the other hand, have injured the people of our city lord's estate. This is a crime punishable by death." With that, the old man waved his hand and ordered, "Capture this person. If he resists, kill him on the spot." Immediately, all the cultivators gathered on the 2 sides of the street moved away. At that moment, all the structures on the 2 sides of the street activated their formations as well. The 100 or so soldiers that surrounded Jianchen and the girl fell into a battle formation in a single instance. Powerful energy surged as they charged towards Jianchen. Is the city lord's estate of Scarlet Water City always so tyrannical? If that's the case, there's no need for the city lord's estate to remain, Jianchen said coldly. He directly ignored the battle formation of the 100 or so soldiers. Even though there were many gods among the soldiers, and the battle formation was powerful enough to threaten overgods, it was still nothing before Jianchen. He continued to wave his sleeves, and with a wave of his hand, the battle formation collapsed. In an instant, over 100 soldiers were heavily injured. Then, with a flash of his body, he arrived in front of the old man like a ghost. Before the old man could react, he grabbed the old man by the neck and lifted him up. The old man was astounded. Only now did he realize that he had provoked a terrifying expert. Filled with fear, he said with difficulty, "Scarlet Water City is the territory of the Gloomwater sect. Our city lord is an envoy of the Gloomwater sect. Offending us is equivalent to offending the Gloomwater sect. The Gloomwater sect will not spare you." It would have been better if he had not mentioned the Gloomwater sect. Now that he did, Jianchen's killing intent immediately surged. Originally, Jianchen had no intentions of killing the old man. However, when the old man mentioned the Gloomwater sect, Jianchen struggled to suppress his killing intent. Chapter 25:11. The moment the old man died, the powerful senses of the soul suddenly swept over from Scarlet Water City, enveloping the entire street. The owner of the senses of the soul was a peak divine king. Originally, it should have been impossible for them to discover Jianchen with the strength of the senses of the soul. However, Jianchen did not hide himself. He let out his presence slightly, disguising himself as an early divine king. This caused his body to be clearly exposed to this divine sense. Humph! A cold snort rang out in Jianchen's head. It was filled with killing intent. At the same time, the ground of Scarlet Water City suddenly shook. A powerful formation rose up, enveloping the entire city. Even all the teleportation formations in the city stopped functioning at that moment. In a single moment, the entire city was completely sealed off from the outside world. Jianchen glanced past the protective formation of the city before looking in the direction of the city lord's estate. He did not take it to heart. Instead, he looked at the girl and asked, "Little girl, where are your parents?" The girl seemed to forget about her fear when she heard that. Her eyes reddened as she slowly explained her origins. As it turned out, her name was Fong Jing-er. She was only 16 years old. When she was born, both her parents had passed away, so her grandfather had raised her single-handedly. Her grandfather was an insignificant figure who lived at the bottom of the saints' world. He was only a divine emperor, not even at the origin realm. However, even with that being the case, Fong Jing-er was able to live a carefree life under her grandfather's care, even though she was unable to obtain endless cultivation resources. However, good times did not last forever. Her grandfather was injured by someone in Pool Water City 3 years ago. He was heavily injured, and his life was hanging by a thread. He could die at any time. After losing her grandfather's support, Fong Jing-er began a life of self-reliance. She used a map of Pool Water City that her grandfather had found a long time ago and drew it herself. She created rough maps stroke by stroke and sold them. Afterwards, she used the divine crystals she obtained from selling the maps to buy low-level healing pills that cost 100 low-grade divine crystals each, keeping her grandfather alive. My grandfather needs to eat a pill every month to keep his life. It's already been over 20 days, and I've already sold 9 maps this month. I only need 1 more, and I'll be able to gather enough divine crystals for a pill. Fortunately, I wasn't captured by them, or I definitely wouldn't have been able to sell 10 maps this month. If I couldn't give my grandfather the pill on time, he wouldn't have been able to survive. Those people are just too evil. Fong Jing-er's face was filled with lingering fear. Right now, there was only her grandfather in her heart. Jianchen sighed as he listened to the girl's bitter and tragic fate. After a moment of silence, he said, "I plan on going to the city lord's estate. Little girl, come with us. I'll let you personally witness the people who wanted to capture you disintegrate right before your eyes." Jianchen also understood that his actions were far too cruel to a girl who had yet to mature. However, this was the saints' world, a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If one wanted to survive in this world, they needed to adapt to its laws. At the same time, 3 middle-aged men sat around a round table in the city lord's estate. Various delicacies had already been placed on the table. One of the 3 people was the city lord of Scarlet Water City, Guan Feiyu. The other 2 were envoys of the Gloomwater sect. They were late divine king experts. "Brother Feiyu, why has your face suddenly changed? And it seems like the protective formation of Scarlet Water City has been activated as well." The 2 envoys from the Gloomwater sect looked at the city lord, Guan Feiyu. They spoke rather politely. This was because not only was Guan Feiyu an envoy of the Gloomwater sect like them, but one of the ancestors of the Guan family was an esteemed elder of the Yushui sect. As a result, the 2 envoys fawned over Guan Feiyu. They did not dare to offend him at all. "It's fine. There's just a small problem. Please wait for a moment. I'll be right back." Guan Feiyu stood up and was about to leave. Boom. However, at this moment, a deafening rumble rang out. The entire city lord's estate shook. The formations of the city lord's estate had suffered a powerful attack. Guan Feiyu, who was about to leave, immediately paled. Killing intent filled his eyes as he said coldly, "I was just about to go out and find you, yet you actually came here yourself. You're still so arrogant after killing the people of the city lord's estate. You're looking to die." With a single movement, Guan Feiyu vanished. At this moment, Jianchen stood outside the city lord's estate with his hands behind his back. He stood leisurely before the entrance of the estate. Behind him was the indifferent Su Ran and the panicked Fong Jing. Around Jianchen, over a dozen armored soldiers rolled on the ground as they cried out in pain. "Who are you? How dare you act so recklessly in my Scarlet Water City?" With a loud call, the city lord, Guan Feiyu, appeared. He hovered in the air with a surging presence. The two other envoys of the Gloomwater sect appeared behind Guan Feiyu as well. They radiated with sharp presences, clearly showing that they were on Guan Feiyu's side. "The young master of Scarlet Water City wants to capture this girl. Let me ask you, what crime has this girl committed? Why do you want to capture her?" Jianchen calmly asked. "She's just a mere heaven saint, master. Let alone capturing her, so what if we kill her on the street? As long as she's in Scarlet Water City, no one dares to go against the decisions of the city lord's estate. But you, on the other hand, not only have you killed the people of the city lord's estate, you've even maliciously attacked the estate. This is a crime punishable by death. You will be executed without mercy," Guan Feiyu coldly replied. He stared fixedly at Jianchen with hawk-like eyes. Seeing how fearless Jianchen was, he dared not to be careless. He immediately formed seals with his hands and controlled the protective formations of the city. Immediately, the protective formations around the city shone brightly. Powerful pulses of energy surged out like a tsunami. A tremendous pressure blanketed the surroundings, causing all the people in the city to pale in shock. Guan Feiyu was cautious. Even though Jianchen had only displayed the cultivation of an early Divine King, which was much weaker than late Divine King Guan Feiyu, he still chose to use the power of the formations to injure Jianchen. The protective formations of Scarlet Water City had been cast down by the ancestor of the Guan family who had broken through to the primordial realm. With the formations in operation, they could even fend off primordial realm experts. Of course, these so-called primordial realm experts were only early infinite primes. Chapter 25:12. He's actually using the protective formation cast down by the ancestor of the Guan family. It consumes quite a lot of energy every time it's activated. Brother Feiyu, aren't you overreacting a little? Using the power of a protective formation to kill an early God King is indeed like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, the two envoys from the Gloomwater sect discussed softly behind Guan Feiyu. Clearly, the two envoys did not take Jianchen seriously. However, in the next moment, something that shocked the two envoys happened. Jianchen extended a finger towards the sky, and a strand of sword qi immediately shot out from the tip of his finger. Like a dazzling bolt of lightning, it shot into the sky with the power of the laws of the sword. When the sword qi came in contact with the pillar of energy from the protective formation, there was no rumble as expected. The huge pillar of energy was directly cleaved in half by the sword qi, causing its energy to disperse in all directions. Afterwards, the sword qi did not slow down at all. It continued to surge into the sky and viciously slammed into the protective formation of the city with devastating might. Boom! Immediately, a deafening boom exploded in the sky. The entire Scarlet Water City shook violently. The ground shook as if an extremely terrifying earthquake had occurred. Many of the ancient structures in the city collapsed one by one. The protective formation of Scarlet Water City had been ripped open in the sky. The many formation cores that made up the formation all exploded at that moment. Immediately, the protective formation around the city was completely destroyed, unable to be repaired. The mayor of Scarlet Water City, Guan Feiyu, who had personally witnessed this, widened his eyes. He stared at the sky of Scarlet Water City in shock. Primordial Realm. Guan Feiyu was rather tongue-tied. He stared at Jianchen with an ugly expression. Deep fear and some anger filled his eyes. At this moment, Guan Feiyu cursed inside. Since you're a primordial realm expert, why don't you just show your strength directly? He would never dare to act recklessly before a primordial realm expert. Everything could be resolved through negotiation. However, you just happen to hide your strength, causing something as trivial as this to develop into the current situation. In particular, Guan Feiyu's heart bled when he saw the destroyed protective formation of Scarlet Water City. That was a primordial realm formation. It was extremely difficult to cast down. "Senior," Guan Feiyu said with an ugly expression. However, Jianshan did not give him any time to speak. He extended a finger, and another strand of powerful sword chi struck the protective formation of the City Lord's estate with the pressure of the primordial realm. There were a total of 2 powerful formations in Scarlet Water City. One of them was the protective formation of the city, over the entire city. The other was the array formation of the City Lord's mansion. It was only used to protect the City Lord's mansion. Both of these formations were at the level of the primordial realm. Moreover, the formation of the City Lord's estate was even more powerful than the one in Scarlet Water City. However, there was a limit to how powerful it was. It could only block attacks from 3rd Heavenly Layer Infinite Primes. However, Jianshan's battle prowess had already reached the level of a 6th Heavenly Layer Infinite Prime without using a God artifact. The formation that could only block attacks from 3rd Heavenly Layer Infinite Primes was naturally nothing before him. With a great rumble, the formation around the City Lord's estate collapsed loudly from Jianshan's attack. Powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc, directly destroying the ancient structure that had existed for who knew how long. In a single moment, the City Lord's estate was reduced to ruins. Many armored soldiers and a few servants fled through the ruins in horrible shape. Jianshan's control over energy had reached a level of perfection. The power of his attack just happened to be enough to destroy the formation of the City Lord's estate, and the ripples of energy just happened to be enough to raise the estate to the ground without harming too many innocent people. "Senior, what's the meaning of this? Don't forget that our Scarlet Water City is the territory of the Gloomwater sect." Guan Feiyu's face changed drastically. He had witnessed Jianshan's power from destroying the formation of the City Lord's estate so easily. "I've said it before. There's no need to keep the City Lord's estate in Scarlet Water City," Jianshan said as killing intent surged from him. The destruction of the Gloomwater sect would begin with Scarlet Water City. Guan Feiyu understood the severity of the matter when he sensed Jianshan's killing intent. Without any hesitation, he immediately crushed a jade talisman and asked for help from the Gloomwater sect. "Brother Feiyu, let's return to the sect immediately." Behind Guan Feiyu, the 2 envoys of the Gloomwater sect had already paled. They bid farewell to Guan Feiyu without any prior agreement. Afterwards, they ignored Guan Feiyu's attitude and immediately flew off in the direction of the Gloomwater sect as quickly as they could. "Don't even think about leaving, people of the Gloomwater sect." Jianshan's gaze was cold. He did not even glance at the 2 envoys. However, his eyes suddenly became extremely bright at that moment, as if there was endless sword chi hidden in them, preventing people from looking at them directly. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent permeated the surroundings. With Jianshan as the center, it enveloped a range of 100,000 kilometers. This was Jianshan's ultimate way of the sword. With the appearance of the ultimate way of the sword, Jianshan immediately became the only god within the range of 100,000 kilometers. He ruled over the lives and deaths of all cultivators below him with a single thought. The 2 envoys of the Gloomwater sect who had already fled several thousand kilometers away felt like they were in an ocean of sword chi. At that moment, the endless sword chi drowned them, reducing them to a bloody mist. They did not even have the chance to cry out before their souls were wiped out. "Why, you actually killed a disciple of the Gloomwater sect!" Guan Feiyu cried out. The Gloomwater sect was one of the peak sects in this region. Killing a disciple of the Gloomwater sect was not as easy as killing a member of the City Lord's estate. At this moment a cry rang out. A naked young man had been bound by an invisible force and taken into the air from the ruins of the City Lord's estate. His face was filled with fear. The young man was the young City Lord of Scarlet Water City. From the looks of it, he was clearly committing adultery. Jianchen suddenly looked at the young man. In the next moment, the young man shrieked out miserably. His face was filled with extreme pain, as if he was going through the cruelest torture in the world. His naked body began to vanish bit by bit from his feet, turning into a rain of blood that drifted down from the sky. It gradually spread towards his waist and then his head. In just a few seconds, the young city lord of Scarlet Water City was dead. He had died to Jianchen's ultimate way of the sword. His soul had been wiped out, just like the other two disciples of the Gloomwater sect. In the end, Jianchen looked at the city lord of Scarlet Water City, Guan Feiyu. With a thought, Guan Feiyu's soul was directly wiped out, following in the footsteps of the other four people. With Jianchen's current level of cultivation, his ultimate way of the sword could determine the life and death of any divine king. No one was an exception. Only primordial realm experts could contend against him. From today onwards, the City Lord's estate of Scarlet Water City no longer exists. I'll give you 10 seconds. All unrelated people leave the City Lord's estate. After 10 seconds I'll kill them all, Jianchen said coldly. His words had just sounded when human figures began to emerge from the ruins of the City Lord's mansion. Many soldiers and servants, whose faces were covered in dust, left this place with the fastest speed possible. 10 seconds later, there was not a single person left alive in the ruins of the City Lord's estate. Jianchen waved his hand gently, and sword qi immediately descended. It was endless, moving through the ruins like a rain of light. Chapter 25:13. The City Lord's estate of Scarlet Water City had been reduced to dust by Jianchen's sword qi, dispersing with the wind. The surroundings of the City Lord's estate were already packed with people. The disturbance in the City Lord's estate was just too great. It had alarmed all of Scarlet Water City. All the cultivators with some strength had gathered there. They stood far away and stared blankly at the buildings that had disappeared in front of them. Waves of shock surged in their hearts. Not only was the City Lord's estate the sky of Scarlet Water City, but it was also the representative of the Gloomwater sect. It possessed an extremely great background. Yet now, the City Lord's estate had actually been razed to the ground. This shocked everyone to the extreme. Everyone's gazes gathered in front of the City Lord's mansion at the same time. There was a young man in a white robe whose clothes fluttered in the wind. Expressions of admiration, shock, dread, and fear appeared one after another. Fang Jing'er, you don't have to worry about the people of the City Lord's estate making things difficult for you in the future. Jianchen's expression did not change at all. He was as calm as the wind as he turned his head and said to the girl behind him. However, Fang Jing'er did not seem to hear Jianchen at all. Her eyes were wide open as she stared fixedly at the flattened City Lord's estate. Disbelief filled her face. In Fang Jing'er's eyes, the City Lord's estate of Scarlet Water City had always been an unreachable sacred place. It was the ruler of Scarlet Water City. No one dared to disobey the orders of the City Lord's estate. Yet now, the City Lord's estate that was like a god in her eyes had completely vanished before her. Fang Jing'er was left stunned for quite some time. She had never thought that the young senior who had bought a rough map from her earlier would actually be such a terrifying expert. However, at this moment, Jianchen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He stared at Fang Jing'er without blinking at all. He saw strands of karma strands on Fang Jing'er's body. Each strand of karma strands extended in different directions. This was nothing. There was karma in the world. All cultivators would be entangled by karma to varying degrees. However, this karma was something that only those who had comprehended the way of karma could see. Apart from those super experts who had reached the peak of cultivation, only those who had comprehended the way of karma could see. The Tao of Karma was something that Jianchen had comprehended through the Samsara Immortal Exalt back when he was in Poseidon Palace. That was why he could see the karma threads. He had bought a map from Fang Jing'er before saving her from the people of the City Lord's estate. Now, he had even used the matter of Fong Jing to destroy the city lord's estate. As a result, he had formed karma with Fong Jing. However, to Jianshan's surprise, the karma line between him and Fong Jing was extremely thick. Judging by the strength of the karma line, it had far surpassed the level of strangers meeting by chance. It was at least 1,000,000 times stronger. Jianshan was stunned. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. How could his karmic thread with Fong Jing be so powerful? Jianshan gazed deeply at Fong Jing. His eyes flickered with surprise and doubt. After a moment of silence, he said again, Fong Jing, let's go check on your grandfather. With that, Jianshan waved his hand. The laws of space permeated the air, and he vanished with Fong Jing. He could see Fong Jing's karma line. Through it, he already knew the exact location of Fong Jing's grandfather in Red Water City. Sigh. Looking in the direction that Jianshan and Fong Jing had vanished in, Su Ran sighed gently as he stood to one side. Then, he vanished silently as well. In an extremely remote area of Scarlet Water City, there was a small stone house made completely of rubble. The light in the stone house was dim, and there was a faint stench that quietly filled the air. At this moment, the space before the stone hut suddenly rippled. Jianshan and Fong Jing appeared silently. Arg! Only then did Fong Jing snap out of her daze. She looked at the stone hut that she had lived in for over a decade that had suddenly appeared before her eyes. She could not help but cry out. Wasn't she in the city lord's estate? Why had she suddenly returned home? Fong Jing felt like she was dreaming. Let's go in and check on your grandfather, said Jianshan. His thread of karma with Fong Jing was so deep, so his opinion of Fong Jing had changed. Although he had no idea why his thread of karma with Fong Jing had become so deep, he understood that his relationship with her was definitely not as simple as a chance acquaintance. Fong Jing glanced at Jianshan timidly. After a moment of hesitation, she gently pushed open the wooden door and entered. The space within the stone house was very small and the light was very dim. Near the corner of the room was a pale-faced old man. He was lying on a stone bed without any strength. The floor beside him was covered in dried blood. The stench was coming from this blood. Fong Jing seemed to have already grown accustomed to the stench. She did not show any abnormalities. As soon as she entered the stone hut, she threw herself at the old man. Deep concern and sorrow filled her face. Grandfather, grandfather, I'm back! Fong Jing called out softly, as if she was afraid that she would disturb the old man if she was too loud. When he heard that, the old man's eyelids trembled slightly. Finally, he opened his eyes with great difficulty, revealing a pair of dim, lifeless eyes. Jianshan stared at the old man. He wanted to see if the karma line between him and Fong Jing had anything to do with the old man. In the end, he was disappointed. He had no karma line with the old man. In other words, before he came here, he had nothing to do with the old man. Jing, you're back. You haven't been mistreated in the past few days outside, have you? The old man said weakly. His eyes were filled with love and guilt. Fong Jing shook her head. She said, Grandfather, I've already sold 9 maps this month. As long as I sell 1 more map, I'll be able to buy a healing pill for you and let you live for another month. Don't worry, Grandfather. I'll definitely work hard to sell map. Once I've earned enough divine crystals, I'll buy some high-grade pills and let you recover completely. Give this pill to your grandfather. Not only can this pill completely heal your grandfather's wounds, but it can also allow your grandfather's cultivation to progress greatly. Jianshan's voice rang out. He handed a thumb-sized pill to Fong Jing. He's actually using a god-tier pill to heal a martial artist who's only a holy emperor. What a waste! Su Ran could not help but mutter outside the stone hut. Thank you, senior. Fong Jing accepted the pill from Jianshan in surprise and joy. She fed it to her grandfather excitedly. Immediately, tremendous essence qi enveloped the old man. The effects of the God-tier healing pill began to take effect, forming a layer of faint white mist that enveloped the old man. In just a few breaths of time, your grandfather's injuries will be completely healed. However, the medicinal power of this pill is very strong. The remaining medicinal power will increase your grandfather's cultivation. Therefore, your grandfather will not wake up immediately after his injuries are healed. He will cultivate for a period of time. He'll cultivate for a while, Jianchen said to Fang Jing. After some hesitation, he took out a cultivation method and some cultivation resources from his space ring and gave them to Fang Jing. He said, "In the future, don't sell maps. Find a quiet place and cultivate properly. Only by becoming powerful can you survive in this world." Chapter 25:14. Jianchen's assistance to Fang Jing are only extended so far. Even Jianchen did not understand why the thread of karma between them was so thick. Before he understood the mysteries behind the threads of karma, Jianchen naturally would not nurture Fang Jing as much as he could. This was because threads of karma were both good and bad. However, his current comprehension of the way of karma was still too shallow, and his understanding of the way of karma was not deep enough. As a result, he was unable to tell whether the thread of karma between him and Fang Jing was good or bad for him. As a matter of fact, the reason why he could even see Fang Jing's thread of karma was because her cultivation was too low. If he encountered a cultivator with a higher cultivation, he would not be able to see their thread of karma. The way of karma. Jianchen thought and secretly shook his head. He mainly cultivated the way of the sword right now, so he did not have the time or energy to comprehend the way of karma. He had no idea when he would be able to comprehend the way of karma to a profound level. He had comprehended far too many laws right now. Apart from the most powerful way of the sword, there were also the laws of creation, the laws of destruction, the laws of fire, the laws of corrosion, the laws of curses, the laws of strength, and the laws of space. He had obtained these 7 laws from the golden core of laws he had inherited from the depths of the desolate plain. Right now, he was only at the early Divine King realm, so they were not very useful to the opponents he faced right now. Moreover, there were also the laws of the hallowed and martial soul force. As a result, he did not have the time or energy to increase his comprehension of the other laws. After all, the comprehension of every single law required a very long time. He had to take it step by step. There were no shortcuts. "There's an infinite prime heading this way," Su Ran's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Jianchen nodded. He knew that the city lord of Scarlet Water City, Guan Feiyu, had crushed a jade talisman before he died, so he had expected a primordial realm expert to come. This was exactly what he wanted. If he could kill a few primordial realm experts here, he would face less resistance when he went to destroy the Gloomwater sect. Jianchen and Su Ran left silently. They left Scarlet Water City and flew towards the Gloomwater sect. In the end, they stopped 10 million miles away from Red Water City. Scarlet Water City's teleportation formation was sealed. If one wanted to go to Scarlet Water City from the Gloomwater sect, they had to pass through this place. Around the time it took for an incense stick to burn, an old man rushed over from afar like a blur, heading straight for Crimson Water City. He gave off a tremendous presence. Clearly, he had reached the level of an infinite prime. Jianchen, on the other hand, was floating in the air with his arms crossed. He was at the same height as the old man, blocking the old man's path. The old man stopped a kilometer away from Jianchen. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Jianchen. "Who are you? You're a member of the Gloomwater sect?" Jianchen answered with a question. He was emotionless. The old man snorted coldly and called out, "Old man Guanwan, an elder of the Gloomwater sect. Sir, why are you blocking the old man's path?" As he said that, the senses of Guanwan's soul had already expanded. It reached 10 million kilometers away in a single instance, enveloping the entire Scarlet Water City. Immediately, his face changed drastically. Killing intent surged from him as he became furious. He called out, "Who is it? Who destroyed the city lord's estate? The old man will definitely reduce you to ashes." Afterwards, Guan suddenly looked at Jianchen. His gaze was shocking and terrifying. He said furiously, "It's you. It must be you, right? You actually destroyed my Guan family. That's right. It was me. However, your strength as a second heavenly layer infinite prime is nowhere near enough to reduce me to ashes. Moreover, I didn't destroy your Guan family. I only destroyed the Gloomwater sect," Jianchen said coldly. He did not take the Guan family seriously at all. With that, Jianchen struck out decisively. Sword chi radiated from him, and countless strands of sword chi suddenly appeared. They gathered together, forming a dazzling ball of white light that enveloped Guan in an instant. Jianchen comprehended the ultimate way of the sword. He was the king of the way of the sword. The laws of the way of the sword were so powerful that they had completely surpassed experts of the same level. With just a thought, he could condense countless strands of sword chi that could change as he wished. Even though Guan put up a defense as soon as he was enveloped by the sword chi, he was unable to stop the attacks that came from all directions. The shield that he formed with his own energy was shattered under the attack of the sword chi. The armor on his body only lasted for a breath of time before it was full of holes. Although Guan was a second heavenly layer infinite prime, he did not possess a god artifact. His most powerful defensive armor was only a supreme quality saint artifact. With Jianchen's current strength, he could easily destroy a saint artifact of that level. Guan bellowed out furiously. He used a secret technique, and the energy within him erupted. The power of laws enveloped him as well. He struck out with his full strength, dispersing some of the sword chi before charging out as quickly as he could. When he charged out of Jianchen's domain of sword chi, he was in an extremely horrible shape. He was covered in various types of damage reduction, and he was covered in blood. "Who the hell are you?" Guan's expression changed. His expression became incomparably dignified as he spoke in a terrified voice. In just a single clash, he had been reduced to such a horrible shape. The young man before him was definitely not someone he could deal with. In the next moment, a simple jade talisman appeared in Guan's hand. A simple and unadorned jade talisman appeared. His first thought was to ask the sect for help. An infinite prime's request for help will probably alarm chaotic primes. "I can't let you do as you wish." Jianchen's eyes turned cold. An extremely thin, white line flickered at the tip of his finger. This was sword chi, an extremely powerful strand of sword chi. It was condensed from Jianchen's comprehension of the ultimate way of the sword. Even though it did not seem like much, it was so powerful that it could even surprise mid-infinite primes. The sword chi vanished with a flash, and in the next moment, Guan produced a painful groan. Blood spurted out from Guan's wrist as he held the jade talisman. His hand had been severed. Before he could crush the jade talisman, it fell to the ground. "Die!" Jianchen's eyes were cold. He suddenly pointed at Guan, and the space there shook slightly. A bloody, finger-sized hole silently appeared on Guan's forehead. His head had been pierced, and his soul had shattered. He was dead. A second heavenly layer infinite prime had died to Jianchen's hands, just like that. Jianchen had slain him effortlessly. Jianchen was not affected at all. He arrived beside Guan in a flash and removed his space ring. He stowed it away along with his corpse. Chapter 25:15. The immortal devouring orchid resided in a divine hall that Jianchen carried with him. By devouring the divine king's corpse, its strength would increase at all times. However, the immortal devouring orchid was just too weak. Even if it was given the corpse of the divine king, it would need a very long time to completely digest it. However, as its strength rapidly increased, its devouring speed would become faster and faster. I've already enveloped this region with an ability, isolating it from the outside world. As a result, the disturbances from your battle with Guan Wan won't be discovered by the chaotic primes of the Gloomwater sect. Let's go. Let's go to the Gloomwater sect, Su Ran appeared and said to Jianchen. Jianchen nodded and flew off in the direction of the Gloomwater sect silently. Very soon, Jianchen arrived in an ancient mountain range filled with extremely abundant origin energy. It was shrouded in mist, and the scenery was beautiful. It seemed like a paradise. This was the base of the Gloomwater sect. Jianchen and Su Ran concealed their presences and hovered outside the base of the mountain range silently. The two of them could clearly see that there was a formation hidden within the dense mist in the depths of the mountain range. The formation was extremely powerful. Even with Jianchen's strength, it was impossible for him to get through it even if he used everything he had. As a matter of fact, he could not even shake it up. The formation is very powerful. In my opinion, even first heavenly layer Grand Primes won't be able to get through it. There's nothing I can do about it. Su Ran looked at the protective formation of the Gloomwater sect and frowned slightly. Although she had learnt many secret techniques of the heavenly palace of Bishing from her master, which just happened to include a way to get through formations, she would be powerless once the level of the formation exceeded her strength by too much. Jianchen, let Old Man destroy the protective formation of the Gloomwater sect for you. Go ahead and destroy the Gloomwater sect. Old Man will help you persuade the other sects on the Aqua Plane not to interfere with the matters of the Gloomwater sect. At this moment, an old voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Jianchen instantly recognized that this was precisely the voice of the 5-point sect's Venerable Point Cloud. The Point Cloud Venerable did not wait for Jianchen's agreement. He had already made his move as soon as he finished speaking. In the primitive mountain range where the Gloomwater sect was, time suddenly froze. Everything fell silent. Whether it was the vegetation or the lingering clouds, everything froze at that moment. The entire world seemed to have become a picture, frozen for eternity. Even the protective formation of the Gloomwater sect was affected. The tremendous energy that constantly flowed through the formation suddenly came to a halt as well. The entire formation fell into absolute silence. It's the laws of time, Su Ran exclaimed from beside Jianchen. The Point Cloud Venerable's comprehension of the laws of time had already reached an extremely deep level. Even the powerful protective formation of the Gloomwater sect was unable to stop it. Under the influence of the laws of time, the protective formation was unable to replenish its energy, so its defenses had already plummeted. It just so happened that the space above the Gloomwater sect's protective formation pulsed violently at this moment. A huge, crescent-shaped spatial blade descended from the sky, landing on the protective formation. Under the influence of the laws of time, the protective formation of the Gloomwater sect had already been drastically weakened. Now that it was struck by the spatial blade, it immediately collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the protective formation of the Gloomwater sect had been destroyed. The Point Cloud Venerable had destroyed it. With the formation destroyed, the frozen time returned to normal. The grass began to sway once again, and a gentle breeze blew past. It seemed like the entire mountain range had not changed at all. The only change was that the Gloomwater sect hidden in the protective formation had been completely exposed. The fusion of the laws of time and the laws of space really does have an unbelievable effect. It actually didn't destroy a single blade of grass here. Su Ran could not help but sigh in amazement. It said that the Point Cloud Venerable once received the guidance of the Spacetime Elder. His usage of the laws of time and space was probably inspired by the Spacetime Elder. Everyone in the Gloomwater sect has been alarmed. All the chaotic primes have appeared as well. The 9 Tribulations incineration formation has a limited range. I need to use this time to envelop all the chaotic primes. With the 9 tribulations incineration formation, Su-Ran fused into outer space silently, making his way towards the Yushui sect. At this moment, the Yushui sect's bells boomed. The entire sect descended into chaos. The sudden shattering of the protective formation caused the alarm of the Gloomwater sect to ring. All the experts of the sect emerged from seclusion and gathered in the direction of the square as quickly as they could. There was a discussion hall in the square of the Gloomwater sect. At this moment, 5 figures appeared silently in the air above the discussion hall. They gave off terrifying presences that were as vast as mountains. The 5 of them were the 5 great elders of the Gloomwater sect. They were all chaotic primes. The 5 grand elders all had ugly expressions as they looked up at the sky. Their expressions had become unprecedentedly solemn. Apart from the Point Cloud Venerable of the 5-Point sect, there's probably no one else in the entire Saints world who can comprehend the laws of time and space to such a level. Point Cloud Venerable, our ancestor has made several deals with you. You might not be on very good terms, but you're still acquaintances. May I ask why you're doing this? A great elder of the Yushui sect bellowed furiously. He was the leader of the 5 great elders, Yichong. He was a 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime, an existence only second to the Elder of Mountains and Seas in the Yushui sect. However, at this moment Yichong's face changed. He called out, "Oh no, disperse!" Before he had even finished speaking, Yichong vanished in a single instance, appearing several dozen kilometers away. His reaction was quite fast, but the 4 other chaotic primes were slower by that split second. In that moment their fates were decided. A formation silently opened up, enveloping the 4 chaotic primes from the Gloomwater sect. Just what I wanted. Su-Ran cheered inside. The strongest 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime had not entered the formation, while the 4 weaker ones had all been trapped. Was this not the perfect outcome? This was because if the 9 tribulations incineration formation was used against 5 chaotic primes, the power of the formation would weaken drastically. Once the 5 of them worked together, it would be rather difficult for her to deal with them. Now that the strongest chaotic prime was not in the formation, it was equivalent to the power of the 9 tribulations incineration formation. She only needed to use it against 4 people, so each person would have to endure even more power. Moreover, without the 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime in the formation, even if the 4 of them worked together, it would not be too difficult for Su-Ran to deal with them. Who goes there? Yichong bellowed out furiously from the Gloomwater sect. Killing intent surged from him as he condensed strands of laws. He swung his blade at Su-Ran. The blade was a medium-quality god artifact. It was extremely powerful. The blade shone brightly as it erupted with devastating pulses of energy. It cut through the surroundings and shot towards Su-Ran. Kill him. Chapter 25:16. Originally, the Myriad Bone Guild had prepared this opportunity for the Elder of Mountains and Seas. Now that the Elder of Mountains and Seas was dead, they could only use it to kill the 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime Great Elder. Su-Ran became extremely stern from Yichong's attack in the Yushui sect, but she did not become flustered at all. Although she was not as powerful as Yichong, she was not so weak that she could not put up any resistance. With the various secret techniques she knew, she could completely dodge the attack. However, just when Su-Ran was about to take action, the space before her suddenly ripped open. A tiny arm suddenly extended out, pressing forward gently. With this press, the space collapsed and the laws collapsed. The terrifying blade light that Yichong had unleashed, which could be said to be capable of destroying the world, directly collapsed and turned into nothingness. That was not all. Even Yichong, who had launched the attack, suddenly became extremely frightened. Deep fear filled his eyes and afterwards, his body exploded into a bloody mist with a heavy boom. The 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime, Yichong, had died. Su-Ran's pupils abruptly constricted when he saw this. He revealed a wisp of shock as he abruptly shifted his gaze to the tiny arm. Yi Chong was a mighty 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime, only a step away from Grand Prime. He was a peak expert. Even 1st heavenly layer Grand Primes would need to expend quite a lot of effort to kill someone like him. However, at that moment, Yi Chong was actually as weak as an ant before this arm that was not very tall and sturdy. Furthermore, it appeared that it was slightly short and small. He did not even have the power to escape and was easily killed. This shocked Su Ran greatly. She was extremely shocked. This definitely isn't the attack of a 1st heavenly layer Grand Prime. Su Ran cried out inside. The light in her eyes flickered as she stared at the tiny arm that had extended out from the spatial crack. But very soon she seemed to understand something. She recovered and focused on controlling the 9 tribulations incineration formation to deal with the 4 other great elders of the Gloomwater sect. Outside the Gloomwater sect, Yi Chong's death left Jian Chen utterly dumbfounded. He also stared at the small arm as he was shocked. It's actually him. That arm had already allowed Jianchen to guess who the person who had secretly attacked in the Myriad Bone Guild was. That person was actually the young boy he had seen in the Xingzhou branch of the Myriad Bone Guild. The great elder of the Gloomwater sect possesses extraordinary battle prowess. Although regular 1st heavenly layer Grand Primes can defeat him, they won't be able to stop him if he wants to flee. Jianchen, this strike of mine has completely surpassed the level of a 1st heavenly layer Grand Prime. You've profited this time. At this moment, the child's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. His voice still sounded a little immature, as if it was the voice of a child who had not yet grown up. However, Jianchen no longer dared to underestimate the child. Thank you, Senior. Jianchen clasped his fist at the space before charging into the Yushui sect with a flash. The death of the leader of the 5 great elders, Yi Chong, had an extremely great impact on the disciples of the Yushui sect. Many of the regular disciples were frightened out of their wits, completely losing their will to fight. They scattered and fled in all directions. The entire Gloomwater sect became even more chaotic with Yi Chong's death. If the sect exists, we exist. If the sect dies, we die. No disciples of the Gloomwater sect are allowed to flee. Stay behind and live or die with the sect. Anyone who flees will be dealt with as traitors. Kill them all. A 9th heavenly layer infinite prime elder of the Yushui sect bellowed out. He personally took action, killing a few fleeing disciples on the spot. The 9th heavenly layer infinite prime clearly possessed great prestige in the Gloomwater sect. With that, all the elders of the Gloomwater sect made up their minds. Determination filled their faces, and they struck out decisively, killing all the fleeing disciples of the Gloomwater sect. The decisiveness and viciousness of the elders made all the disciples of the Gloomwater sect shiver in fear. Immediately, no one dared to flee. All the disciples of the Gloomwater sect, regardless of their cultivation, stayed behind and formed formations to resist. Even more infinite prime elders struck out with their full strength, attacking the 9 tribulations incineration formation from the outside to free the 4 great elders trapped inside. The 4 great elders of the Gloomwater sect worked together within the 9 tribulations incineration formation. They endured the attacks of the formation on the soul as they attacked the formation with their full strength. The 9 tribulations incineration formation specifically targeted the soul, so it was very difficult to fend off the attack. The 4 great elders knew that the longer they were trapped, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. As a result, they all used their full strength to get out of the formation. As Su Ran had to control the 9 tribulations incineration formation to keep the 4 great elders busy, she was no longer able to fend off the infinite prime elders outside. Immediately, the 9 tribulations incineration formation began to shake violently under the attacks from the primordial realm experts. At this moment, a streak of light shot over. The sword Qi was earth-shaking, immediately cleaving the head of a 1st heavenly layer infinite prime in half, wiping out his soul. Jianchen flew over from outside the Gloomwater sect. He wielded the 9-star sword of heavenly ways as sword Qi revolved around him. His presence was extremely shocking. As he swung his sword, countless strands of sword chi gathered together. Starlight flickered, dazzling and resplendent as he engaged in a great battle against the infinite primes of the Gloomwater sect with killing intent. Jianshan did not hold back this time. He had already drawn the 9-star sword of heavenly ways. Borrowing the power of the god artifact, his battle prowess rose once again, completely surpassing the level of 6th heavenly layer infinite primes. He stopped all the infinite primes of the Yushui sect all by himself. The 9-star sword of heavenly ways. You're Jianshan. An elder recognized Jianshan from the 9-star sword of heavenly ways and immediately cried out. At the same time, many powerful senses of the soul expanded over from the surroundings on the aqua plane, lingering above the Gloomwater sect. The battle in the Gloomwater sect had caused just too great of a disturbance. It had already alarmed all the peak experts on the aqua plane. Isn't that the 9-star sword of heavenly ways? That little guy Jianshan has actually come to the aqua plane. It's just a pity that the Anata Tower has already been returned to the heavenly palace of Bishing. Jianshan no longer has any value. The peak experts recognized Jianshan immediately as well, and they all sighed. If the Anata Tower was still with Jianshan, the peak experts on the aqua plane definitely would have fought for it. However, now that the Anata Tower had been returned to the heavenly palace of Bishing, they naturally lost interest in Jianshan. As Jianshan fought the experts of the Gloomwater sect, the child that Jianshan had seen in the Myriad Bone Guild hovered silently in outer space. No one on the entire aqua plane discovered his existence. Heartless child, you've actually personally killed a chaotic prime. Isn't that beneath you? At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out. Not far from the boy, a middle-aged man silently appeared. The child turned around and stared at the middle-aged man for a while before sniggering. 9 Brilliant Star Lord, this isn't your star brilliance plane. Me killing someone on the aqua plane doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Moreover, this is a deal between me and Jianshan. You must know what our Myriad Bone Guild does extremely well. The middle-aged man was the supreme figure of the Star Brilliance Plane, the 9 Brilliant Star Lord. Chapter 25:17. The 9 Brilliant Star Lord did not care about the child's attitude at all. He stared at the heartless child indifferently and said, even if your Myriad Bone Guild has a deal with Jianshan, just a few regular Grand Primes from your guild are enough to deal with the people from the Gloomwater sect. Why would you, the second in command of the Myriad Bone Guild, take action personally? Moreover, the person you're dealing with is a junior who's only a chaotic prime. The heartless child sniggered when he heard that. 9 Brilliant Star Lord, there's no need for you to worry about who I want to kill. The 9 Brilliant Star Lord stared at the heartless child deeply. After a moment of silence, he suddenly extended his hand and gently extended a finger. Immediately, a layer of resplendent starlight appeared, forming a multicolored screen of light that enveloped him and the heartless child. The screen of light seemed to form a world of its own. The laws were chaotic and the laws were incomplete. It was completely independent from the outside world. The heartless child watched on indifferently. He did not react at all. He remained composed and composed. You're using the power of the laws of the stars to split the world and create a domain of your own, pushing away the laws of the saints' world. You're trying to deceive the heavenly secrets. 9 Brilliant Star Lord, it looks like you have concerns, the heartless child said indifferently. His eyes shone extremely brightly. The 9 Brilliant Star Lord was stern. He did not deny it. You're right. I do have concerns. Heartless child, if I've guessed correctly, you must be helping Jianshan because you want to use Jianshan to establish a connection with the heavenly palace of Bishing. The heartless child remained calm. He sat down in the air and said, You're right. I do have such thoughts. The greatest danger of our Myriad Bone Guild is about to arrive. If we can't survive this danger, our Myriad Bone Guild will vanish from the saints' world forever. Jianshan might be the crucial person who can assist our Myriad Bone Guild in surviving this danger. After a moment of silence, the Nine Brilliants Star Lord nodded. Over 3 million years ago, the Spirit Sages suffered great losses from the battle against the Immortals world. Even the strongest expert of the Spirit Sages, the Wind Venerable, went missing after the battle. Back then, your Myriad Bone Guild's guild master thought that the Wind Venerable had died, so he used the Myriad Bone Guild's power to attack the Spirit Sages when they were at their weakest. He wanted to steal the Spirit Sages' ancestral artifact. Because the Spirit Sages lost the Wind Venerable in that battle, there was no one who could contend against you, the Heartless Child, and the Master of the Myriad Bone Guild. In the end, the Spirit Sages suffered extremely heavy losses. Even the sacred item of the Spirit Sages, the blood of the Holy Spirit, ended up in the hands of your Myriad Bone Guild. If it were not for the fact that the Spirit Sages used the power of their ancestral artifact at a crucial moment, the Spirit Sages probably would have been wiped out by your Myriad Bone Guild aside from the Wind Venerable. The Nine Brilliant Star Lord shook his head when he reached there. It's just a pity that the ancestral artifact of the Spirit Sages' ancestral artifact can only be used for defense. As a result, the ancestral artifact can only prevent the Spirit Sages from being wiped out in the hands of the Spirit Sages. It can't do anything to your Myriad Bone Guild. The Heartless Child's face became rather sunken. He said gruffly, "That time we miscalculated. We still underestimated the Wind Venerable's strength. I never thought that he would actually survive from the hands of the Grand Exalt of Ancients and Profundity. It's just a pity that our Myriad Bone Guild searched the Saints' world for over 1,000,000 years with everything we had, but we still failed to find where the Wind Venerable was hiding. We lost the perfect opportunity to kill him. Now that such a long time has passed, Feng Zunja's injuries should have more or less healed. Killing him will become more and more difficult. Once his injuries are completely healed, it will be a calamity for our 10,000 Bone Guild." Deep fear appeared in the Heartless Child's eyes when he reached there. He said gruffly, "The Wind Venerable is just too powerful. Although he's a 9th Heavenly Layer Grand Prime like my brother, we're definitely not his opponent even if we work together." The Nine Brilliant Star Lord could not help but scoff when he heard that. Even if you work together with the Master of the Myriad Bone Guild, you're only equivalent to a Dark Gold King of the ancient Great Apes at most. You might even be slightly inferior. However, the Wind Venerable killed 2 Dark Gold Kings consecutively all by himself in the past. It's exactly because of that our Myriad Bone Guild has to search for a way to deal with the Wind Venerable. My brother once divined the heavenly secrets. Although he still failed to find where the Wind Venerable was hiding, he divined that the Wind Venerable was about to appear. He must have recovered his strength very soon, said the Heartless Child. Heartless Child, if your Myriad Bone Guild wants to use Jianshan to establish ties with the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, I'd advise you to stop wasting your efforts, the Nine Brilliant Star Lord suddenly said as the light in his eyes flickered. The Heartless Child's eyes narrowed. He stared straight at the Nine Brilliant Star Lord and said, "Your master is a sovereign of the Saints' world, so you must have already known that the Anata Grand Exalt is still alive. The Anata Grand Exalt allowed Jianshan to carry the Anata Tower, which means that there must be some unknown relationship between Jianshan and the Anata Grand Exalt. As long as the Anata Grand Exalt is willing to stand with us, even if the Wind Venerable of the Spirit Sages is not a Grand Exalt right now, he won't be able to touch our Myriad Bone Guild." The corner of the Nine Brilliant Star Lord's lips curled into a faint sneer when he heard that. He said, "Heartless Child, you're oversimplifying things. However, you're right about one thing. There is indeed an unknown secret between Jianshan and the Anata Grand Exalt. I only learnt about this secret from my master. Jianshan is actually the Anata Grand Exalt's fruit of ways. He's just a tool for the Anata Grand Exalt to comprehend laws. Once the time is right, the Anata Grand Exalt will take back the fruit of ways. At that time, Jianshan will die to the Anata Grand Exalt's hands. As a result, you're dreaming if you hope that Jianshan can establish ties with the heavenly palace of Bishing. What did you say? Jianshan is the Anata Grand Exalt's fruit of ways? The heartless child was shocked. The 9 brilliant Star Lord nodded and said, Moreover, I have another piece of news to tell you. The Wind Venerable of the Spirit Sages has recovered his strength many years ago. The reason why he has never appeared is because his cultivation method has reached an extremely crucial point. He no longer has the time to care about anything else. The heartless child's face immediately changed when he heard that. He became extremely stern. This is the Wind Venerable's position. According to the rules of your Myriad Bone Guild, I should be asking for a large number of treasures from you, but I'll just give them to you for free right now. If it were possible, I wouldn't want the Wind Venerable to remain alive because he's just too powerful. The 9 brilliant Star Lord extended a finger, and a speck of starlight immediately shot into the heartless child's hand. Afterwards, he vanished, having left the place. The heartless child glanced at the map in his hand before looking at the aqua plane. He saw Jianshan fighting against the primordial realm experts of the Gloomwater sect. I really never thought that you would actually be the Anata Grand Exalt's fruit of ways. Fruit of ways, this is just too perfect. The heartless child's sternness vanished, replaced by a strange smile. The heartless child exerted a slight amount of strength in his hand, and the starry sky map that recorded the location of Feng Zunja's hiding spot was crushed into pieces. Chapter 25:18. The heartless child looked at Jianshan again, and a strange light flickered through his eyes. He thought, however, I need to let my elder brother know that Jianshan has the Anata Grand Exalt's fruit of ways, and then we can come up with a plan. With that, the heartless child vanished. He also left, no longer paying any attention to Jianshan's matters. The Yushui sect was currently embroiled in the flames of battle on the aqua plane. Su Ran had trapped the 4 chaotic primes of the Yushui sect with the 9 tribulations incineration formation. She was currently supporting the formation with all her strength as she clashed with the 4 chaotic primes. Jianshan stood guard outside the formation with the 9-star Sword of Heavenly Ways, keeping all the primordial realm experts of the Yushui sect busy. They were unable to work together to attack the formation. Even though there were 40 or 50 infinite primes in the Yushui sect, not only did they fail to gain the upper hand when they worked together against Jianshan, but they even seemed to be suppressed by Jianshan. This was because Jianshan's battle prowess was just too great. Without using the 9-star Sword of Heavenly Ways, he possessed the battle prowess of a 6th heavenly layer infinite prime. Out of the 50 or so elders of the Yushui sect, only 7 of them could match Jianshan. Even the weakest of the 7 elders was a 6th heavenly layer infinite prime. However, probably only the 3 late infinite primes could defeat Jianshan. Now that Jianshan had used the 9-star Sword of Heavenly Ways, his battle prowess had risen once again. He had completely surpassed the level of 6th heavenly layer infinite primes. Out of the 50 or so infinite primes of the Yushui sect, only the 9th heavenly layer infinite prime elder could keep him at bay. Jianshan did not fight against the 9th heavenly layer infinite prime elder. He wielded the 9-star Sword of Heavenly Ways as sword chi revolved around him. He radiated with surging sword intent as he killed through the crowd. He specifically targeted the weaker elders. Spurt! Spurt! Blood spurted into the sky above the Yushui sect. Every single droplet of blood pulsed with powerful energy. They were like beautiful blooming flowers as they rained down from the sky. Jianshan was unstoppable. He charged into the encirclement of the elders and slaughtered his way through. In a short amount of time, 5 elders had died to the 9-star Sword of Heavenly Ways. Without any exception, the elders were all early infinite primes. They were basically powerless against Jianshan at that level. Suddenly, a cage completely condensed from fire appeared in the sky silently. It surrounded Jianchen with the might of a god-tier battle skill. This was a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime elder of the Yushui sect. He comprehended the laws of fire, so he used a god-tier battle skill against Jianchen. The god-tier battle skill was enough to pose a fatal threat to sixth heavenly layer infinite primes, but Jianchen directly ignored it. The 9-star sword of heavenly ways in his hand shone with dazzling light. Resplendent starlight descended as he directly swung out. Boom! With a deafening sound, the cage of fire was shattered by Jianchen. He had destroyed the god-tier battle skill with a single strike. Jianchen's hair danced wildly as his presence surged. He did not fear the terrifying heat from the remaining fire at all. He shot out from the flames like a sword, and the 9-star sword of heavenly ways shone brightly as he directly stabbed towards the elder who used the god-tier battle skill. Even though the elder was a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime, his face could not help but change drastically before the might of Jianchen's strike. With a wave of his right hand, a circular shield silently appeared, radiating with the might of a god artifact. To no surprise, the shield was a low-quality god artifact. Jianchen's 9-star sword of heavenly ways shone with starlight as it landed on the shield with devastating power. It was accompanied by the laws of strength. With the amplification of the laws of strength, not only was Jianchen's strike astonishingly powerful, but the power it contained was extraordinarily terrifying as well. The primordial realm expert who blocked Jianchen's strike with the shield felt his right arm suddenly ache. Afterwards, he lost his senses. The circular shield was a god artifact, so it was completely unscathed from the strike. However, the primordial realm elder who wielded the shield had his arm shattered by the terrifying power. Jianchen's strike was just too powerful. Even with a defensive god artifact, he was unable to block it completely. Suddenly, there was a flash of light and resplendent starlight. Jianchen stabbed out a second time. He used the laws of space this time, and the 9-star sword of heavenly ways seemed to break through the limits of space. It moved with unbelievable speed, arriving before the fifth heavenly layer infinite prime in a single instance. The expression of the fifth heavenly layer infinite prime suddenly changed. His eyes narrowed to the size of needles. He felt like the space around him had been sealed up when he faced the strike, making it impossible for him to dodge. It was as if all he could do was take it head-on. When Jianchen stabbed out, the space around him tightened as well. Terrifying power gathered behind him as a shriveled hand struck towards Jianchen's back with lightning speed, surging with energy and the power of laws. Wherever the hand passed by, space would shake. This was the strongest elder of the Yushui sect, a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime. When Jianchen struck out against the 5th heavenly layer infinite prime, the greatest elder of the Gloomwater sect had struck out as well. His actions could be described as attacking the 5th heavenly layer infinite prime. If Jianchen insisted on attacking the 5th heavenly layer infinite prime, he definitely would not be able to avoid the palm strike that would come from behind. The palm strike possessed the power of a peak infinite prime. Any expert below the 7th heavenly layer of infinite prime would be heavily injured even if they managed to survive it. Moreover, many primordial realm elders in the surroundings attacked Jianchen at the same time. Over a dozen attacks locked onto Jianchen as they tore through the air. However, the 9th heavenly layer infinite prime had miscalculated. Jianchen did not dodge the palm strike at all. Instead, he directly used his back to take it on. The 9-star sword of heavenly ways in his hand did not slow down at all, stabbing into the 5th heavenly layer infinite prime's forehead decisively. Immediately, a 5th heavenly layer infinite prime was directly wiped out. Bang! At the same time, a series of thuds rang out. When Jianchen killed the 5th heavenly layer infinite prime, he also endured over a dozen attacks from other primordial realm experts. To no surprise, the most powerful attack came from a palm strike from a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime. Immediately, energy surged in the sky. The ripples of energy swept out in all directions as a destructive storm, reducing the mountains and rivers below to a mess. Chapter 25:19. Of course, the blood did not belong to him. Instead, it belonged to the elders of the Gloomwater sect. The attacks from over a dozen primordial realm elders did not deal any heavy injuries to Jianchen. They only left behind a few wounds that were neither too deep nor too shallow. That's right, there were only a few wounds. This was because the attacks from the primordial realm experts were not powerful enough. Although they had all reached the primordial realm, they were unable to get through the defenses of the chaotic body. They did not even leave a scratch. Jianchen's chaotic body was just too tough. If the attacks of some primordial realm experts were not powerful enough, they would not be able to harm Jianchen at all. Only the palm strike from the 9th heavenly layer Infinite Prime managed to injure Jianchen. There was a bright red mark where the palm had struck Jianchen's back. It was a bloody mess. Moreover, a great power had invaded Jianchen's body. The power was so great that even his chaotic body was unable to endure it, causing his organs to shake up violently. His vitality surged. Jianchen silently circulated his chaotic force. Immediately, tremendous strands of chaotic force surged out from his chaotic Niden, surging through his body like a river. Wherever the chaotic force passed by, Jianchen's wounds healed rapidly. In just a few seconds, the wounds on Jianchen's body that were neither deep nor shallow healed at a visible rate. What a tough body! The greatest elder of the Gloomwater sect could not help but cry out when he saw the wounds on Jianchen's back that he was not satisfied with. He became stern. However, he discovered that Jianchen's wounds were healing at a visible rate soon afterwards. His eyes narrowed and he could not help but gasp. How is this possible? The rest of the elders also noticed this phenomenon. Everyone was flabbergasted, as if they had seen a ghost. So many of their attacks had landed on Jianchen at the same time, yet they only managed to leave behind some superficial wounds on Jianchen. It was a great blow to them. At the same time, powerful senses of the soul clashed in the sky above the Gloomwater sect. When they came in contact, they discussed in a voice that only they could hear. Jianchen's body really is tough. This child's strength has increased far too quickly. When the Azure Poseidon Palace opened last time, Jianchen was only a divine king. He was even hunted down by a few youngsters on the divine king's throne. But in just a short amount of time, he has become so powerful that he can easily kill infinite primes. The main reason why his battle prowess is so great is because of the laws of the sword he has comprehended. His laws of the sword are just too powerful, far surpassing experts who have comprehended the laws of the sword at the same level. Just the laws of the sword is not enough to make his battle prowess so great. There's also the cultivation method he practices and the power he uses. On the aqua plane, many experts hidden in various places discussed Jianchen. They were all quite interested. What Jianchen cultivates seems to be the chaotic body. At this moment, a powerful senses of the soul sent out a message. It really is like the chaotic body. The battle prowess of the chaotic body is indeed unmatched among people of the same level. However, people who practice this cultivation method are destined to never reach the peak. Their accomplishments will be limited. Moreover, nurturing someone with the chaotic body requires tremendous amounts of cultivation resources. It's not worth it. That's exactly why cultivators of the chaotic body are so rare in our saints' world. However, it's said that there are still a few people who practice the chaotic body in the immortals' world. Jianchen, just what grievances do you have with our Gloomwater sect? Why do you want to destroy our Gloomwater sect? The greatest elder of the Gloomwater sect bellowed out furiously. Only now did he truly understand just how difficult Jianchen was to deal with. Not only was his battle prowess powerful, which was enough to suppress him, but his defenses were also so monstrous. Even the greatest elder of the Gloomwater sect felt pressured by this. With his strength, he could indeed suppress Jianchen, but Jianshan's tough body made him uncertain if he could kill Jianshan successfully. Your Gloomwater sect's elder of mountains and seas killed my close friend. Tell me, is that a grievance? Jianshan stood with his sword. His voice was cold. In particular, when he thought about the dead Kea, killing intent churned in his heart. With that, I turned into a streak of light and shot through the air, stabbing towards an elder of the Gloomwater sect. It's actually the consequences of the ancestors' actions. The greatest elder of the Gloomwater sect sighed inside. After learning the reason, he understood that the grievances between the Gloomwater sect and Jianshan would not be resolved peacefully. He immediately ordered, all elders, get into a battle formation and attack the formation with the Divine King Realm disciples to save the Great Elder. I'll keep Jianshan busy. With that, the greatest elder of the Gloomwater sect appeared before Jianshan in a flash. Terrifying energy erupted from his body as he attacked Jianshan with his full strength. He did not hope to kill Jianshan. He only hoped to keep Jianshan busy and prevent him from dealing with the other elders. When the greatest elder struck out, the other elders of the Yushui sect all dispersed, distancing themselves from Jianshan. Afterwards, they gathered several dozen kilometers away and prepared to get into a battle formation. Below them, the Divine King Realm disciples of the Yushui sect quickly gathered together as well. Energy surged within them as they prepared to work with the elders to attack the 9 Tribulations Incineration Formation. Do you think your disciples can destroy the 9 Tribulations Incineration Formation without any worries just because you're keeping me busy? You underestimate me far too much, said Jianshan coldly. Suddenly, dazzling light shone from his eyes. A sharp and brutal sword intent was hidden within them. At that moment, the concept of his ultimate way of the sword expanded, enveloping a radius of 100,000 kilometers in a single instance. The space there seemed to form an independent domain, and Jianshan was the supreme ruler of the domain. Everything in the world was under his control. He could decide life and death with a single thought. Bang! 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 With a string of explosions, the several hundred Divine King Realm disciples of the Yushui sect actually exploded at that moment. All the Divine King Realm disciples were reduced to a bloody mist before they could even cry out. Their souls were wiped out. Afterwards, all their blood gathered together under the control of a mysterious power. In the end, it formed a huge, blood-red sword that was several thousand meters long. The huge sword was forged from the blood of several hundred Divine King Realm disciples. It pulsed with powerful energy. Afterwards, under the shocked gazes of the several dozen elders of the Yushui sect, the blood-red sword radiated with startling might. It directly charged into the sky with the power of the blood of several hundred Divine King Realm disciples and the sword intent of Jianshan's ultimate way of the sword. P.S. Recently, many readers have been complaining about not being able to see the new chapters no matter how many times they open the page. It's very tiring to wait for the new chapters. Actually, when Xiaoyao updated every day, he would notify them on Weixin's official account. At the same time, there would be a link to the original version on WeChat as well. There are also some readers who follow Chaotic Sword God on other platforms. However, some platforms are constantly out of sync. The other readers have already seen the new content every day, but these readers are still stuck at the update from 10 days ago. As a result, in order to let you know about the updates as soon as possible, please follow Xiaoyao's official account on WeChat, ZingXingCao110. Pinyin was the pen name of Xinxing Xiaoyao. It also had a number for the police, or it could be found by searching for Xinxing Xiaoyao on the official account. Chapter 2520. The death of several hundred Divine King and the huge sword condensed from the Divine King's blood all happened in a single instance. It happened so quickly that all the infinite primes above failed to return to their senses. The blood-red sword shot into the sky. It moved extremely quickly, and with a resplendent boom, it shot past the closest infinite prime elder. Immediately, blood splattered in the air. Even though the blood-red sword was condensed from blood, its sharpness was shocking. The infinite Prime Elder was directly cleaved in half by the blood-red sword. His soul was wiped out. After killing an elder, the blood-red sword did not slow down at all. Under Jianshan's control, it shot towards a second elder. The targets he chose were the weakest among the group of elders. This was because the weaker they were, the easier it would be to kill them. If he had chosen the stronger elders at the 6th or 7th heavenly layer right from the start, it would have been very difficult to kill them in a single strike. Clearly, Jianshan wanted to reduce the number of primordial realm experts in the Gloomwater sect as quickly as possible. Spurt, spurt, spurt. After killing the first elder, the blood-red greatsword turned into a red sword shadow and pierced through the bodies of the second and third elders at an extremely fast speed. In the end, the sword condensed from the Divine King's blood was stopped by a 6th heavenly layer elder after killing 4 primordial realm elders. At the same time, Jianshan became heavily injured due to his distraction. The greatest elder of the Gloomwater sect condensed powerful pulses of energy in his hands. The power of laws turned into chains that struck Jianshan with devastating power. He wore a pair of gloves on his hands. They were forged from the hide of a divine beast and gave off the might of a god artifact. To no surprise, the gloves were a low-quality god artifact. The greatest elder of the Gloomwater sect was extremely powerful in the first place. Now that he had a god artifact, his attacks became even more terrifying. As a result, Jianshan's organs were shattered from the heavy strike. A fist-sized hole had even appeared in his chest. It was a bloody mess, and all his ribs had shattered. If other primordial realm experts were injured like this, their battle prowess would definitely be affected. However, Jianshan's greatest advantage with the chaotic body was not his supreme recovery or the destructive power of his chaotic force. Instead, it was his tough body. Under the support of the chaotic body, Jianshan's battle prowess was not affected at all. Instead, he became a vicious beast. After being injured, he became even more vicious, becoming fiercer and fiercer as he fought. Jianshan bellowed out at the sky, shaking up the mountains. With a thought, the blood-red sword that the 6th heavenly layer infinite prime blocked immediately exploded. Blood sprayed out in all directions like rain. The blood was not as simple as the blood of the Divine King. Every single droplet possessed powerful and sharp sword chi. All of the blood possessed the power of Jianshan's ultimate way of the sword. In the end, the power hidden within every single droplet was enough to make infinite primes change. Thousands of droplets of blood filled the sky. They did not shoot out blindly. Instead, under the control of Jianshan's mind, they split into over 30 streams and shot towards the remaining primordial realm elders. All of the elders were forced into a fluster. One after another, they used their various divine abilities and techniques to defend against the attacks of the blood. However, they were unable to maintain a formation against the 9 tribulations incineration formation after being disturbed. At the same time, stars appeared on the 9-star sword of heavenly ways in Jianshan's hand to block the first elder's attack. Jianshan, the old man swears to grind your bones to dust. The first elder bellowed out furiously as he attacked even more furiously. The deaths of several hundred Divine King made his eyes bulge. They were the backbone of the Gloomwater sect. They were the future of the Gloomwater sect, yet they were all dead now. The elders of the Gloomwater sect were no longer in the mood to think about how Jianshan had killed so many Divine King. However, the powerful senses of the soul in the sky above the Gloomwater sect all sighed in amazement. He actually killed so many Divine King with a single thought. What ancient secret technique is this? It's so terrifying. The old man has lived for over 10 million years, but he's never seen or heard of such a powerful ability. I can vaguely sense that this ability seems to be derived from the laws of the sword that Jianshan has comprehended. With Jianshan's current level of cultivation, it's probably impossible for him to comprehend it through his own abilities. In my opinion, He's probably obtained the legacy of some great expert who has comprehended the laws of the sword. Great expert who has comprehended the laws of the sword? There are extremely few great experts who have comprehended the laws of the sword in our saint's world. The most recent one was Swordmaster Yunqi from 10 million years ago. Swordmaster Yunqi was only a step away from becoming a sovereign of the world when he was at his peak. It's just a pity that he was slain by the two dark gold ape kings of the ancient great apes. How pitiful! Jianxin's appearance might allow our saint's world to gain another great expert who has comprehended the laws of the sword in the future. At this moment there was a flash of light. Jianxin gave up on his battle with the greatest elder. He bathed in light as he charged towards the weaker elders with killing intent. Behind him, the first elder of the Gloomwater sect pursued relentlessly. The battle above the Gloomwater sect was devastating. The celestial bodies lost their luster. The fairy-like mountains where the Gloomwater sect originally resided had already been reduced to a mess by the shockwaves of the battle. Mountains collapsed one after another, and countless huge craters appeared. Even the space there shook violently as the two sides fought. It was ripped apart again and again, revealing pitch-black cracks. The many disciples below the divine king of the Yushui sect had already fled in all directions. They were just too weak. The strongest among them were only overgods, so they were unable to interfere in a battle between primordial realm experts. Even if they were to form a formation and gather everyone's power together, it would still be of no help. The battle that destroyed the Gloomwater sect had shaken up the entire Aqua Plain. People appeared one after another in the distance. There were quite a few of them, and they were all primordial realm experts. The battle this time had basically attracted all the primordial realm experts on the Aqua Plain. The powerful peak experts had all descended with the senses of their souls, while the weaker ones had come personally. Moreover, as time went on, many more god kings gathered here from all directions. All of them stayed in the distance, witnessing the unprecedented battle that was taking place in front of them. Chapter 25-21. After 7 days and 7 nights of bitter battle, Jianxin's wounds became heavier and heavier. More and more wounds appeared as well. Right now, he seemed completely bloodied. Many areas of his blood had even dried up. The several dozen primordial realm experts of the Gloomwater sect who fought against him died to Jianxin's hands one after another during the 7 days. After over 20 primordial realm experts died, the remaining elders all shivered in fear. They lost the will to continue fighting, so they ignored the calls of the first elder and fled the Gloomwater sect. Jianxin was powerless to stop these people from fleeing. Even though he was more powerful than them, he was unable to make them all stay. In the end, only the 3 late infinite primes remained. Determination filled their eyes, and they completely disregarded their own lives. They were determined to fight to the death with Jianxin, regardless of whether the sect lived or died. Out of the 3 of them, one was at the 7th heavenly layer, one was at the 8th heavenly layer, and the last was the first elder who had reached the 9th heavenly layer. Working together, they completely suppressed Jianxin, causing Jianxin to become more and more injured. However, the 3 of them were not in a good state either. During the past 7 days, they had used forbidden techniques at the cost of their vitality to launch fatal attack. They wanted to kill Jianxin completely and end the battle as quickly as possible. However, Jianxin's chaotic body fended them off every single time. Moreover, Jianxin's chaotic body was constantly recovering during the battle. Coupled with the assistance of Jianxin's healing pills, his wounds did not seem to be life-threatening even though they seemed horrible. This was because his battle prowess did not weaken at all despite being so heavily injured. The energy within him was endless, as if it was inexhaustible. On the other hand, the 3 elders had been fighting for a long time. They had also used up a lot of yuan qi when they used their secret techniques, causing them to gradually show signs of exhaustion. Jianxin's body is just too powerful. We can't keep wasting time like this. We have to end the battle quickly. thought the first elder of the Gloomwater sect. He looked at the leather gloves on his hands and reluctance filled his eyes. Even though the gloves were only low-quality god artifacts, they had reached the peak of low-quality god artifact. Their value went without saying. Moreover, special god artifacts like gloves were extremely rare in the Saint's world. In order to forge a suitable god artifact for himself, he had paid a tremendous price and effort. However, soon afterwards, the first elder made up his mind. He suddenly tossed out the gloves on his hands. Swish! As soon as the gloves were tossed out, they turned into a blur and approached Jianchen with extreme speed. Destructive energy charged out from the glove. At the same time, the other two elders of the Gloomwater sect who fought against Jianchen all retreated, pulling far away from Jianchen. Jianchen became alarmed. He suddenly felt a great sense of danger. He immediately locked onto the gloves, and he became extremely stern. What boldness! You actually want the god artifact to explode! Jianchen called out. His presence had been locked onto by the gloves, or in other words, the artifact spirit of the god artifact had locked onto him. He could not flee or dodge. He could only face the attacks head-on. Jianchen did not dare to be careless. He immediately circulated his chaotic force as hard as he could, pushing the defenses of the chaotic body to the limit. At the same time, the power of the laws of the sword condensed in the surroundings, forming a thick layer of protective light around Jianchen. At the same time, the 9-star sword of heavenly ways in Jianchen's hand erupted with powerful pulses of energy. He used the laws of the sword and the laws of strength at the same time as he suddenly swung his sword at the glove. Boom! An earth-shaking boom rang out. The god artifact glove shone with the brightest light at that moment. As it released a world-shaking energy, it shattered into fragments that scattered in all directions. The explosion of a god artifact was just too powerful. It ripped through space and shattered the surroundings. When the terrifying ripples of energy expanded, it forced back the senses of the souls of many chaotic primes who were present. Even the primordial realm experts who had gathered around the Gloomwater sect from various places on the Aqua Plane were forced back by the ripples of energy. Jianchen, who was at the center of the explosion, suffered devastating injuries. The 9-star sword of heavenly ways in his hand dimmed, and the protective light around him collapsed as soon as possible. His chaotic body was in tatters, and the flesh on his chest had vanished, revealing his shattered organs. That was not all. Even his right arm that wielded the sword had been severed at the base. Under the violent ripples of energy, the dim 9-star sword of heavenly ways and his entire right arm was blown away into the distance, landing on the ground. Jianchen immediately became extremely pale. He was blown away like a broken kite. This time, he was truly heavily injured. Even his chaotic body had been reduced to a horrible state. He was covered in wounds, which made him seem extremely miserable. With a flash, the greatest elder of the Gloomwater sect used this opportunity to pursue him. He passed through the devastating ripples of energy in a single instance and caught up to Jianchen. He smiled coldly and directly sent a palm strike towards Jianchen's head. He moved extremely quickly. Jianchen, old man, I'd like to see how you're going to block this palm strike now. Die. Only chaotic primes can kill me. You don't have the right to do that. Even though he was heavily injured and had lost an arm, Jianchen did not panic at all. With a thought, a shocking sword chi immediately permeated the surroundings. An extremely bright, finger-sized strand of sword chi suddenly appeared above his head, shining with blinding light. This sword chi was the profound sword chi. Now that his life was on the line, he could no longer care about whether the profound sword chi would be recognized by others and expose his identity. He used it without any hesitation. The expression of the greatest elder of the Gloomwater sect suddenly changed. He could sense life-threatening danger from the small strand of sword chi. However, before he could even react, the small strand of sword chi turned into a streak of white light. It tore through space and time, stabbing over even faster than lightning. It stabbed into the greatest elder's forehead like a hot knife through butter. The greatest elder of the Gloomwater sect grunted. His face was filled with extreme pain. His soul had been heavily injured. Jianshan's eyes turned cold. He raised his remaining left hand and directly punched the greatest elder's head. Even though the greatest elder was a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime, his body was on a completely different level compared to Jianshan. His head directly exploded from Jianshan's palm strike, wiping out his soul. A 9th heavenly layer infinite prime had died. The two remaining elders were both surprised and furious when they saw the greatest elder's headless corpse. They had no idea how the greatest elder had died from the rampaging energy in the surroundings. However, after a single moment of hesitation, the two of them looked at each other and charged towards Jianshan decisively. There was nothing more to be said now. Only one of them could survive in the end. Jianshan's eyes were cold. He showed no fear. He reached out with his left hand, and a streak of light immediately flew over. The dim 9-star sword of heavenly ways returned to his hand. Even his severed right arm was stowed away. With Jianshan's level of cultivation, it was no longer difficult for him to recover his limbs. Even if his body was destroyed, he could reconstruct it. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to reattach his right arm. Jianshan wielded the sword in his left hand as his presence did not weaken. He stood in the air as if he could hold back 10,000 enemies all by himself. P.S. Recently, many readers have been complaining about not being able to see the new chapters even after opening the page many times a day. It's very tiring to wait for the new chapters. Actually, whenever Xiaoyao released new chapters every day, he would notify them on his official WeChat account. At the same time, there would be a link to the original chapters on his WeChat account. There are also some readers who follow the Chaotic Sword God on other platforms. In the end, some platforms would not keep up with the updates for weeks to week. The other readers have already seen the new content every day, while some readers are still stuck at the updates from weeks to weeks ago. As a result, in order for you to know about the updates as soon as possible and see the new content, please follow Xiaoyao's official WeChat account, XingXingCao110. Pinyin was the pseudonym of Xiaoyao, Xinxing. There was also a number for the police, or you could directly search for Xinxing Xiaoyao on the official WeChat account. Chapter 25-22. He had a total of 3 strands of profound sword chi. Aside from the strand he had used to kill the first elder, he still had 2 strands left. These 2 strands just happened to be enough to deal with the 2 remaining elders. Originally, he should have been able to condense a 4th strand of profound sword chi as a sword immortal. However, condensing profound sword chi required quite a lot of time. It could take several years or even a decade or 2. However, ever since he emerged from Poseidon's palace, he had either been rushing about or hiding his identity. He did not have the time to condense a 4th strand of profound sword chi at all. Even though there were still 3 strands of profound sword chi, the power of each strand was not constant. They would become more and more powerful as Jianshan's strength increased. As a result, after Jianshan became a sword immortal, the power of his profound sword chi had reached a whole new level. It was no longer the same as before. The 2 remaining strands of profound sword chi remained in Jianshan's soul, ready to be unleashed. However, at this moment, an extremely shocking pulse of energy appeared from afar. The space behind the 2 remaining elders of the Gloomwater sect shook violently. 2 strands of extremely powerful energy condensed into 2-meter-long hands, squeezing space as they shot towards the 2 elders. This was an attack from Su Ran. Perhaps she had sensed the danger that Jianshan posed, so she used this opportunity to attack the 2 elders while controlling the 9 Tribulations incineration formation with all her strength. The expressions of the 2 elders changed drastically when they faced the attacks of chaotic primes. They immediately used all the energy within them to form defenses as the power of laws revolved around them. However, before the attacks of a fifth heavenly layer chaotic prime, it was useless even if they defended with everything they had. The difference between the two sides was just too great. The palm condensed from Su-Ran's energy was like a hot knife through butter, tearing through all of their defenses and striking their bodies. Spurt! Spurt! The two 7th heavenly layer infinite primes and 8th heavenly layer infinite primes vomited blood when they opened their mouth. They were blown away like broken kites. They were extremely heavily injured. Su-Ran placed most of her focus on the 9 tribulations incineration formation. Clearly, this strike was not her true strength, so she only heavily injured the 2 infinite primes. She did not kill them on the spot. Jianshin, kill them quickly! Su-Ran's voice rang out. As he spoke, the 9 tribulations incineration formation that trapped the 4 grand elders shook. Jianshin's eyes turned cold. He looked at the 2 elders who had been blown away, and with a thought, the 9-star sword of heavenly ways in his left hand immediately flew out. It turned into a streak of light and shot towards the 2 elders with lightning speed under his control. The 2 elders immediately tried to block it, but they were heavily injured after receiving a strike from Su-Ran, a 5th heavenly layer chaotic prime. Their strength was drastically reduced, and they were extremely weak. They could not even unleash half of their peak condition. They only managed to block a few of Jianshin's attacks before their arms were severed by the 9-star sword of heavenly ways. In the final moment, Jianshin's eyes shone with powerful sword intent. The power of the ultimate way of the sword was added to the 9-star sword of heavenly ways. Under his control, the 9-star sword of heavenly ways shone with resplendent starlight, cleaving off the heads of the 2 elders and wiping them out. After 7 days and 7 nights of bitter battle, the infinite primes of the Gloomwater sect had either died or fled. Only the 4 great elders, who were chaotic primes, were still holding on bitterly. Jianshin did not show any joy after killing all the infinite primes. This time, he wanted to destroy the Gloomwater sect and take revenge for Keia's death. As long as the chaotic primes remained alive, the Gloomwater sect would not be destroyed. The 9-star sword of heavenly ways shone with dim light as it hovered above Jianshin's head. Jianshin stared at the 9 tribulations incineration formation in the distance as he grabbed his severed right arm with his left hand steadily. As he circulated the chaotic force within him, the regenerative powers of the chaotic body were completely unleashed. The flesh where his arm had been severed wriggled, and the fracture vanished at a visible rate. In just a few seconds, Jianshin's right arm had reconnected with his body. Of course, what was connected was only the outermost layer of skin and flesh. The broken parts of the arm and the bones still needed some time to completely heal. However, Jianshin did not have enough time to wait for his arm to recover. He descended from the sky and removed the space rings of the Primordial Realm experts. He had killed one by one. Primordial Realm experts. Even if they were just infinite primes, they possessed astonishing wealth. They possessed over 20 space rings, and one of them even belonged to a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime. It was obvious just how astonishing all the space rings combined were. However, Jianshin did not just remove the space rings. He stowed away the corpses of the Primordial Realm experts as well. He did not leave a single one behind. The corpses of Primordial Realm experts were rare. They were the best food for the immortal devouring orchid. Why is Jianshin collecting their corpses? It's normal for him to take their space rings, but he's even collecting their corpses. This is the first time I've seen someone collect their corpses. Is Jianshin collecting the corpses of the elders of the Gloomwater sect? It looks like Jianshin is quite a righteous person. Although he has grievances with the Gloomwater sect and has destroyed them, he still treats the dead elders of the Gloomwater sect seriously, taking the initiative to collect their corpses so that the corpses of the Primordial Realm experts don't end up in the wilderness. In the distance, many people discussed Jianshin. They commented on him, and many of them were filled with admiration. However, Jianchen did not care about their discussions at all. After stowing away all the corpses of the primordial realm experts, he could not help but look in another direction. He was filled with pity. That was where the leader of the great elders of the Gloom Water sect, the 9th heavenly layer Chaotic Prime, was buried. He had been slain by the boy from the Myriad Bone Guild. His entire body had exploded, and he had died without a complete corpse. Jianchen sighed gently inside. Afterwards, he healed as he arrived at the edge of the 9 Tribulations incineration formation. There were still a few chaotic primes trapped there. "Senior Su, let me assist you," said Jianchen. "How are your wounds?" Su Ran's voice rang out from the 9 Tribulations incineration formation. She was not outside, keeping the chaotic primes busy. "I'm fine," said Jianchen. The chaotic body was just too tough. Even though he was heavily injured, his battle prowess was not affected much apart from the fact that he could not use his right arm. "All right then. Of the 4 chaotic primes trapped in the formation, I've already killed the early chaotic prime. The remaining 3 are 4th, 5th, and 8th heavenly layer chaotic primes. The 2 of them are under the protection of the 8th heavenly layer expert, so it'll be rather difficult for me to kill them. Jianchen, you control the 9 Tribulations incineration formation. I'll use my full strength. Even if I have to pay the price of being injured, I have to kill the 4th heavenly layer expert. As long as one more person dies, they'll be even more affected by the formation, making it easier to deal with them," said Su Ran sternly. Chapter 25-23. The Profound Sword Chi was a heaven-defying ability at the peak of God tier. It was born from the laws of the world, and it was a peak ability that the old master of the Azulite swords had spent many years to create using his great cultivation. It was the trump card of Grand Exalt. Its profundity and power were not something that an ordinary divine tier battle skill could compare to. As a result, the 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime trapped in the formation was unable to dodge the attacks of the 2 strands of profound sword chi even though he sensed them. The 2 strands of profound sword chi directly ignored the energy defenses around him. As streaks of light, they shot into the 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime's forehead at the same time with unbelievable speed. Immediately, a moment of confusion appeared in the 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime's eyes. His movements became rather sluggish at that moment as well. However, that was all. He remained the same as before after being attacked by the 2 strands of profound sword chi. He did not show any pain at all. He only blanked out for a moment. However, this absent-mindedness only lasted for an instant. Very soon, his eyes regained their clarity. He was an 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime after all. His soul was just too powerful. Jianchen's current profound sword chi was more than enough to deal with 9th heavenly layer infinite primes, but it was still lacking when it came to dealing with 8th heavenly layer chaotic primes. Let alone 2 strands of profound sword chi, even 3 strands of profound sword chi would struggle to injure an expert like that. However, Jianchen was not the only one who attacked the 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime. There was also Su Ran, who was trapped in the formation. As a result, Su Ran struck out decisively the moment the 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime had blanked out. Laws wove together in her shriveled hand, sending it towards the 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime's head with terrifying energy. Wherever her hand passed by, space cracked. It was extremely powerful enough to destroy the world. As soon as the 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime of the Gloomwater sect returned to his senses, Su Ran's hand had already shattered his protective energy and arrived above his head. His face changed drastically. In that short moment of absent-mindedness, the final outcome had already been decided. Bang! With a muffled sound, the great elder's head exploded from Su Ran's palm strike. Moreover, Su Ran's palm strike was just too powerful. After shattering his head, the destructive power in the palm did not weaken at all as it continued to descend. In the end, The 8th Heavenly Layer Chaotic Prime Great Elder was reduced to a bloody mist by Su Ran. Nothing remained of him. Jianchen, who hovered outside the 9 Tribulations Incineration Formation, felt pained when he saw this. This was the body of an 8th Heavenly Layer Chaotic Prime. If he fed it to the immortal devouring orchid, the orchid's strength would increase by a lot. But now, the corpse had exploded, leaving nothing behind. The body of an 8th Heavenly Layer Chaotic Prime was no longer of much value. Senior Su, if it's possible, do your best to keep their bodies. Jianchen said to Su Ran. The corpses of chaotic primes were just too difficult to obtain. As long as there was even the slightest chance of obtaining them, he would not miss out on any of them. This was because the growth of the immortal devouring orchid required a large number of corpses. Without the protection of an 8th Heavenly Layer Chaotic Prime, the 2 mid-chaotic prime Great Elders trapped in the formation did not last very long against Su Ran. They died one after another. Su Ran fulfilled Jianchen's request as well. She purposefully controlled her power when she killed the 2 chaotic primes. She left their corpses intact. With the battle over, Su Ran dispelled the 9 Tribulations Incineration Formation. Her face was rather pale, and exhaustion filled her face. Clearly, even with the assistance of the 9 Tribulations Incineration Formation, it was not easy for her. She had even suffered some injuries. The 9 Tribulations Incineration Formation has become rather damaged. After all, it can only be used against 7th Heavenly Layer Chaotic Primes. If I use it again, its power will decrease once more. Su Ran looked at the formation banners in her hand as her heart ached. As for Jianchen, he flew to where the 8th Heavenly Layer Chaotic Prime had died with a jade bottle in his hand. Before the blood had fallen to the ground, he collected it as quickly as he could. The blood also pulsed with very powerful energy. It could be used to increase the strength of the immortal devouring orchid. All the experts gathered outside the Gloomwater sect fell silent. They stared at the ruined Gloomwater sect with mixed feelings. The Great Elders were dead, and the Infinite Prime Elders had either died or fled. All the Divine King disciples had died as well. As for the disciples below the Divine King, they had used the opportunity to flee long ago. No one knew where they went. They knew that from today onwards, the Gloomwater sect had truly been destroyed. Even if a few disciples remained, they would not be able to cause much trouble. A mighty peak sect has been destroyed just like that. Sigh, from today onwards, the number of peak organizations on the Aqua Blue planet will be reduced by 1 more. The ancestor of the Gloomwater sect, the Elder of Mountains and Seas, is probably done for. The Gloomwater sect has truly been destroyed. In the surroundings, many experts were discussing and sighing endlessly. The powerful senses of the soul that hovered above the Gloomwater sect communicated with one another secretly. They all sighed emotionally. We can completely forget about the Gloomwater sect. It's a pity that the hell water that the Gloomwater sect has been hiding all these years has gone to Jianchen for nothing. Even the Point Cloud Venerable has stepped forward. Even though the hell water is precious, it's not worth offending the Point Cloud Venerable over some hell water. The news of the Gloomwater sect's destruction spread across the entire Aqua Plane like a storm. It stirred up huge waves across the entire plane, leaving countless people stunned. After all, the Gloomwater sect was a famed peak organization on the Aqua Plane. In the eyes of many cultivators, the Gloomwater sect was a supreme sect that was unreachable. Now that it had been destroyed in the blink of an eye, it was just too shocking and unbelievable. In the following period of time, people could be heard discussing Jianchen's destruction of the Gloomwater sect across the entire Aqua Plane. They whispered to each other and engaged in heated discussions. The person who had caused all of this, Jianchen, sat with Su Ran in the ruins of the Gloomwater sect, healing his wounds. This place was originally a beautiful mountain range. The mountains stacked on top of each other and were shrouded in mist. It was as beautiful as a paradise. But now, this place had been turned into a barren land. Not only had all the mountains been razed to the ground, but the entire land had also sunk in from the 7 days of battle. Many bottomless pits had appeared. Chapter 25-24. The Gloomwater sect had been destroyed by him. The Elder of Mountains and Seas had died, the 5 great elders had died, and even most of the elders had been slain by him. The Gloomwater sect had been erased from the Aqua Plane. However, the people who had passed away could never return. The pretty face that had once appeared before him, the beautiful figure that had once appeared before him, would never be seen again. All that remained was an unforgettable memory in his head. At the same time, a hazy figure that was drowned out by the light of ways sat in the depths of the heavenly palace of Bishing. It was impossible to make out his figure or face. All that could be seen was a pair of cold eyes. The space before him seemed like a mirror. It clearly reflected what happened in the Gloomwater sect on the Aqua Plane. To no surprise, Jianchen and Su Ran were there as well. His cold and emotionless gaze seemed to be fixed on Jianchen, but it also seemed to be fixed on something else. When Jianchen's voice rang out, the cold and emotionless gaze actually wavered slightly, as if he had become rather stunned at that moment. Profound Sword Qi. I never thought that Jianchen had even grasped the Profound Sword Qi. That's that old bastard's greatest trump card aside from the fusion of the 2 swords. At the same time, the Bloodtear Grand Exalt, who was enveloped in a layer of blood-red light on the distant Devour Plane, murmured to himself. And this Jianchen has actually comprehended the ultimate way of the sword. Only the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt has grasped the ultimate way of the sword out of the 2 great sword gods of the Immortals world. Jianchen already has the potential to become a sword god. If he matures successfully, it's extremely likely for him to become a sword god in the future. He just happens to be able to condense the 9th strand of Profound Sword Qi as a sword god. Once he condenses the 9th strand of Profound Sword Qi, its power will be earth-shaking. However, he's already become a fruit of ways of Anatta, so he's destined to not be able to go that far, the Bloodtear Grand Exalt muttered to himself. In the ruins of the Gloomwater sect on the Aqua Plane, Jianchen had basically reconnected his severed right arm after a day of healing. The bones in his arm had reconnected. Even though he had not fully recovered and could not fight like before, it no longer affected his movements. In addition, even the sinister wounds that covered his broken body had mostly healed. The shattered flesh on his chest had also regrown. Of course, this was only a superficial recovery. He was just too heavily injured this time. Even with the supreme recovery of the chaotic body, it was difficult for him to make a full recovery in a single day. His wounds were still very severe. This time, I'm afraid that I will need half a month to recuperate before I can return to my peak. Sensing the injuries in his body, Jianchen secretly thought in his heart. This was already sufficiently shocking. After all, if it was any other expert who suffered such serious injuries, it would probably take them thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even longer before they could fully recover. However, Jianchen only needed half a month. A day later, Jianchen stood up and began to clean up the battlefield. As a peak sect, the Gloomwater sect naturally possessed extremely deep heritage. They possessed countless cultivation resources, cultivation methods, and battle skills. To Jianchen, this was an extremely shocking amount of wealth, so he obviously had to collect it all. With a flash, he arrived before a huge crater 100 kilometers away. He leapt in. Before long, the ground gently trembled. The soil around the crater rose and fell violently. A huge divine hall slowly rose up from the crater. Jianchen raised his hands below the divine hall. He erupted with astonishing strength and lifted the divine hall up from the bottom of the crater. Bang! With a thud, the entire ground shook violently. Jianchen threw the divine hall to the ground heavily. This divine hall is a medium-quality god artifact, but it's one of the weakest among medium-quality god artifacts. Su Ran also appeared near the divine hall. She studied the divine hall calmly and continued, "This divine hall is the only medium-quality god artifact of the Yushui sect. All of the Yushui sect's wealth should be in this divine hall. However, it won't be easy for you to enter the divine hall. First, you need to obtain the recognition of the artifact spirit of the divine hall and become the master of the divine hall." Jianchen stood before the divine hall and stared at the entrance silently. He had already expanded the senses of his soul, communicating with the divine hall spirit. "My master is the elder of mountains and seas. My master died because of you, and you destroyed the sect that my master founded after so much difficulty. I will never accept you as my master," the artifact spirit of the divine hall said coldly. It was extremely stubborn. Afterwards, the divine hall began to shrink. In the end, it became the size of a thumb and flew out, landing before an infinite prime 100 kilometers away. "I accept you as my master. Are you willing to become my master?" the artifact spirit of the divine hall said to the middle-aged infinite prime. It was not confused. There was a reason why it had chosen this middle-aged man who was only an infinite prime as its master. This was because the middle-aged man possessed a rather great status on the Aqua Plane. He was the current master of the Scorching Sun sect. The Scorching Sun sect was a peak organization on the same level as the Gloom Water sect on the Aqua Plane. The ancestor of the Scorching Sun sect was also a peak expert who stood at the apex of the plane. The artifact spirit of the Gloomwater sect would rather accept someone else as its master than yield to Jianchen. A gleam of light flashed through the sect master's eyes. He did not win immediately. Instead, he hesitated. The medium-quality god artifact contained all the resources and wealth of the Gloomwater sect. Even to the entire Scorching Sun sect, it was extremely tempting. However, he also remembered his ancestors' warning. He could not get involved in the mess that was the Gloomwater sect. Many gazes gathered on the Setting Sun sect leader's body, many of them revealing looks of envy. The gazes of some of the experts from the top factions when they looked at the sect leader of the Setting Sun sect became somewhat thought-provoking. They had received orders from the ancestor of the sect long ago that they were not to lay a finger on anything of the Gloomwater sect. Otherwise, how could the divine hall of the Gloomwater sect remain until now? It would have been taken away long ago. Jianchen did not do anything. Instead, he stared at the sect master coldly. He did not recognize him, but the artifact spirit had actually chosen an infinite prime as its master. This could only mean that the middle-aged man's identity was rather extraordinary. He wanted to see just how great of a deterrent the Point Cloud Venerable's words were on the Aqua Plane. After a moment of hesitation, the sect master shook his head in the end and declined the artifact spirit's request. This was because he had received a message from the ancestor of the Scorching Sun sect again. "I have over a dozen droplets of hell water here. If you become my master and ensure that the legacy of the Gloomwater sect remains, these hell water droplets and vast amounts of resources will be yours." The artifact spirit roared at the sky. It knew that the senses of the souls of many peak experts were present. It wanted to tempt them with hell water. As expected, the senses of many powerful souls rippled when they heard about the hell water droplets. Clearly, they were interested. Hell water was just too precious. It was enough to tempt them. At this moment, Su Ran snorted coldly. She arrived before the divine hall with a flash and directly pressed her hand against it. Terrifying energy surged and suppressed the divine hall. The divine hall suddenly swelled in size, becoming tens of thousands of meters wide in a single instance. It surged with light as it mobilized all the power within the divine hall to resist. "I'm already a medium-quality god artifact. I won't yield so easily. Even if you suppress me, I will never yield to you," the divine hall said stubbornly. Shouted the spirit stubbornly. Then, it opened its mouth again and roared at the sky. It wanted to tempt the top cultivators who stood at the peak of the continent with the help of the dozen drops of underworld water. P.S. Recently, many readers have been complaining that they haven't seen any new chapters no matter how many times they open the page. It's very difficult to wait for new chapters. Actually, when Xiaoyao updated every day, he would notify them on his official WeChat account. At the same time, there would be a link to the original version on his WeChat account. Moreover, there are some readers who follow the Chaotic Sword God on other platforms. However, some platforms are always out of sync. The other readers have already seen the new content every day, but these readers are still stuck at the update from 10 days to half a month ago. As a result, in order for you to know about the updates as soon as possible and see the latest content, please follow Xiaoyao's official WeChat account, XingXingXiao110. Pinyin was the pen name of Xinxing Xiaoyao. There was also a number for the police, or you could find it by searching for Xinxing Xiaoyao on the official WeChat account. Chapter 25-25. The powerful senses of the soul above the gloom water sect clearly wavered slightly after the artifact spirit tossed out the temptation of hell water time and time again. They all began to hesitate inside. At that moment, the Point Cloud Venerable's words, a medium-quality god artifact, over a dozen droplets of hell water, and the wealth that the gloom water sect had accumulated over the years revolved around their minds. They were conflicted inside. The Point Cloud Venerable's words did indeed make them fearful, as the Point Cloud Venerable was a renowned expert on the star brilliance plane. He controlled the laws of space and the laws of time. With the two laws fused together, he possessed the ability to challenge those above him. There was no one more powerful than the Point Cloud Venerable on the entire Aqua Plane. However, they could not ignore the wealth that the Gloom Water sect had accumulated over the years. Jianshan stood before the Divine Hall as his face became uneasy. With his current strength, he could forcefully subdue low-quality god artifacts, but he felt powerless before the medium-quality god artifact before him. Although he could forcibly move the Divine Hall away with his strength, once the Divine Hall grew to 100,000 feet in size or even larger, would he have to carry a colossal object that was several times larger than a mountain across the void? After losing the Anata Tower, there was nothing on him that could store a medium-quality god artifact, unless the Divine Hall was willing to do so. At this moment, a hazy figure silently appeared in the sky. He was surrounded by the power of laws, which obscured his figure and prevented people from seeing his face. However, an extremely terrifying aura was faintly emitted from his body, causing the color of the world to change. This person was definitely a Grand Prime. His appearance caused the faces of Jianshan and Su Ran to sink slightly. They sensed that the situation was bad. "If you're willing to follow me, I can take you away," the Grand Prime said to the artifact spirit. His voice was old but powerful. "The matters of the Gloomwater sect have nothing to do with the old man. The old man can't be bothered to interfere either. If you submit to the old man won't be able to take you by force," he said again. Afterwards, he spoke again. He seemed to be talking to Jianshan and Su Ran, but he also seemed to be emphasizing his innocence to everyone. The expressions of Jianshan and Su Ran immediately changed when they heard that. "All right, I accept you as my master." The Divine Hall spirit agreed without any hesitation. It began to resist Su Ran's suppression with all its might, wanting to break free. The Grand Prime did not take action. Powerful power of laws permeated his surroundings as he hovered there leisurely, as if he was waiting quietly. However, there was also an extremely obscure power emanating from his body, drifting towards the Divine Palace. He did not directly attack Su Ran because he wanted to take her by force. He was afraid of provoking the Point Cloud Venerable into action. However, if he helped the Divine Hall break free from Su Ran's suppression and allowed it to fly into his hands, it would be completely different. However, at this moment, a powerful pulse of energy appeared in outer space. An illusionary mountain appeared in outer space of the Aqua Plane, radiating with tremendous pressure. 7 figures sat on the illusionary mountain. Their presences were steady as energy surged from them. They seemed to have fused with the mountain. It's the Martial Soul Mountain. The people of the Martial Soul lineage have come, all 7 people of the Martial Soul lineage have actually come. It's rumored that Jianchen possesses Martial Soul Force, and he's the 8th successor of the Martial Soul lineage. Without a doubt, the people of the Martial Soul lineage have come to receive Jianchen. With the appearance of the Martial Soul Mountain, all the peak experts on the Aqua Plane lost their composure. They all became stern. The expression of the Grand Prime, who wanted to take the Divine Hall away, changed as well. The power of laws revolved around him. Ha 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 ha! Brother Jianchen, I've finally found you! A great laugh rang out. The black-robed Hun Zong flew down from the Martial Soul Mountain. He moved like a bolt of lightning, appearing above the gloom water sect with a flash. You're just a medium-quality god artifact. Becoming Brother Jianchen's master and joining our Martial Soul Mountain is your fortune, yet you actually don't know what's good for you. Humph! Hun Zong snorted coldly. He arrived before the Divine Hall with a flash and directly kicked out. Bang! With a heavy sound, the air exploded. The medium-quality god artifact was directly sent flying by Hun Zhang's kick. You ungrateful thing! If it weren't for the fact that your brother Jianchen's spoils of battle, I would have smashed you to pieces with a punch long ago and made you disperse from the world, Hun Zong cursed. Hun Zong cursed. Afterwards, he opened his hand, and the divine hall he had kicked away seemed to be bound by a mysterious power. It returned to Hun Zong. Hun Zong directly struck the divine hall with his palm, erupting with devastating power and knocking the entire divine hall into the ground. Immediately, the divine hall dimmed. The many defensive formations that covered the divine hall all lost their effects at that moment. All the energy that powered the formations had been drained by Hun Zhang's palm strike. The divine hall that was a medium-quality god artifact was nothing in Hun Zhang's hands. All the spectating primordial realm experts gasped when they saw Hun Zong destroy a medium-quality god artifact in such a brutal manner. Even the peak experts who hid in the dark and only paid attention to this place with the senses of the soul showed fear towards Hun Zong. Jianchen finally let out a sigh of relief. He understood that as long as Hun Zong was here, the people on the Aqua Plane would probably not dare to target the Divine Hall anymore. He had witnessed Hun Zhang's battle prowess on the desolate plain. Even though the people of the Martial Soul lineage could not break through to Grand Prime, Hun Zhang's battle prowess had definitely reached the level of Grand Primes. After knocking the Divine Hall into the ground, Hun Zong looked at the Grand Prime, who was surrounded by the power of laws. His eyes shone coldly, and he said coldly, "It seems like you were the one who wanted this Divine Hall earlier." "Not at all. Since this Divine Hall belongs to your Martial Soul Mountain, I naturally have no interest in it. Farewell." The Grand Prime smiled before clasping his fist and vanishing. He had already left. With the departure of the old man, the senses of the soul that lingered above the gloom water sect all retreated as well. Everyone understood that since the people of the Martial Soul Mountain had come, there was no need for any suspense about what would happen next. Hun Zong arrived before Jianchen. He saw Jianchen's wounds with a single glance and immediately showed concern. He asked, "Brother Jianchen, are you fine?" "Thank you for your concern, Brother Hun Zong. My wounds are fine," said Jianchen. Chapter 25-26. Aoyama seemed to be around the same age as Jianchen. He wore simple, azure robes and possessed quite the bearing. However, compared to before, he was clearly much more composed now. When Jianchen met Aoyama for the first time in the world of Moon and Star in the Radiant Saint Hall, Aoyama was still a divine king. But now, he had reached the primordial realm. He had become a primordial realm expert. Aoyama is right. Brother Jianchen, you have to understand that we, the people of the Martial Soul lineage, are all brothers of the same family. Even if we don't share our joys and sorrows, we definitely share our joys and sorrows. The matters of a single person are the matters of all the brothers of the martial soul lineage. Since you have grievances with the Gloomwater sect, our martial soul lineage has grievances with the Gloomwater sect as well. You should have called us before you destroyed the Gloomwater sect, Hunzong said. He did not show any arrogance or demeanor as an expert when he faced Jianchen. All he showed was deep brotherly affection. He patted Jianchen's shoulder and said, "And the strength of the Gloomwater sect really is nothing to our martial soul mountain. Apart from the elder of mountains and seas, the others are not worth mentioning at all." Hun Zhang's words were filled with disdain towards the Gloomwater sect. Although the Gloomwater sect was a peak sect on the Aqua Plane, Hun Zhang did not take it seriously at all. Jianchen's heart warmed up when he heard Aoyama and Hun Zhang's words. He could clearly sense that Aoyama and Hun Zhang truly treated him as a brother of their own. They did not have any selfish motives at all. Moreover, when he was trapped on the desolate plain last time, the 7 successors of the martial soul lineage had stood forward. They did not fear all the peak experts present, ignoring the consequences and standing up for him forcefully, stopping all the peak experts present. This touched Jianchen's heart deeply. Along the way, he had seen too much intrigue and too much fratricidal fighting. The successors of the martial soul lineage did not know him at all, yet they treated him with sincerity just because he possessed martial soul force. They treated him as one of their own, without any defense or caution. This touched Jianchen deeply. "Brother Jianchen, come to the martial soul mountain with us. The martial soul mountain is our home." In the end, Hun Zhang invited Jianchen sincerely. Jianchen hesitated. The records regarding martial soul force on the martial soul mountain were things he desired greatly. However, he did not forget about his true identity either. He always worried about whether he would drag down the martial soul lineage in the future. "Jianchen, you really should pay a visit to the martial soul mountain. There's something you need on the martial soul mountain. If you can use your martial soul force in this battle, it might be much easier." Su Ran added when she saw how Jianchen hesitated. She had heard about the power of martial soul force long ago. "Brother Jianchen, we're both at the primordial realm. Your current battle prowess might have surpassed mine, but you're nowhere close to me when it comes to using martial soul force. Let's go. You really should go to the martial soul mountain and properly cultivate." Aoyama chuckled at Jianchen as well. After a while of hesitation, Jianchen agreed to Hun Zhang and Aoyama's invitation in the end. After giving Su Ran some healing pills, he bid farewell to her and made his way to the martial soul mountain that had descended on the Aqua Plane. The divine hall in the Gloomwater sect had been personally suppressed by Hun Zhang. It had shrunk to the size of a fist and rested in Hun Zhang's hand obediently. There was originally a hell spring deep beneath the Gloomwater sect. The hell water came from the hell spring. However, the hell spring was a wondrous place formed from the unique geography of the Aqua Plane over countless years. It was impossible to take it away. Moreover, a hell spring would take 1,000,000 years to produce a single droplet of hell water. As a result, Jianchen could only give up on the hell spring beneath the Gloomwater sect. Jianchen had already made his way to the martial soul mountain under Hun Zhang and Aoyama's lead in outer space. As soon as he set foot on the martial soul mountain, Jianchen discovered that the colossal martial soul mountain was not tangible. The entire mountain was constructed from a wondrous energy. The energy was so tremendous that it was enough to shake up the surroundings in Jianchen's eyes. The martial soul mountain we live in is an extremely wondrous place. As the martial soul mountain is just too powerful, we can't control it completely with our strength, so we can't move the martial soul mountain. We can only control a small portion of the mountain soul's power through a secret technique passed down by our seniors. As a result, what you see right now is not the true martial soul mountain. However, the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain is connected to the martial soul mountain no matter where it is. Through the mountain soul's power, We can return to the martial soul mountain in a single instance, no matter how far away we are. Han Zong explained to Jianchen. Afterwards, he brought Jianchen before the 5 other people on the mountain soul and introduced them to Jianchen one by one. After exchanging pleasantries, Jianchen gained a simple understanding of the successors of the martial soul lineage. Among the 7 of them, there were 3 peak chaotic primes. Aside from Han Zong, the other 2 peak chaotic primes were Chu Jian and Yu Chao. However, Han Zong was the most powerful out of the 3 of them. After him was Yun Ziding and Su Qi. Yun Ziding seemed to be in his 30s. He seemed gentle and refined like a scholar. He was a 5th heavenly layer chaotic prime. As for Su Qi, she was a beautiful young woman in her 20s. She was tall and slender. She was extremely attractive to men. She was a 3rd heavenly layer chaotic prime. The final 2 people were Bai Rufeng and Aoyama. The 2 of them were the 2 with the lowest cultivation out of the 7 successors of the martial soul lineage. They were both infinite primes. However, if Jianchen was included, the martial soul lineage possessed 3 infinite primes. However, Bai Rufeng had already become a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime. He was only a step away from chaotic prime. There were a total of 5 chaotic primes and 3 infinite primes among the 8 successors of the martial soul lineage. Junior Jianchen, finding you really wasn't easy. Ever since you left the desolate plain silently, the 7 of us used the power of the martial soul mountain to use a secret technique to find your whereabouts, but we found nothing in the end, Jianchen said with a smile. The only woman of the martial soul lineage, Su Qi, studied Jianchen as she spoke in a pleasant voice. Junior Jianchen, can you tell me how you fell out with the Gloomwater sect? Jianchen became gloomy when he heard that. He said sorrowfully, the elder of mountains and seas of the Gloomwater sect killed my close friend. Even though he had already destroyed the Gloomwater sect, Jianchen was unable to erase the pain in his heart. As soon as he thought about Keia's death, his heart ached. The elder of mountains and seas clearly knows you're a member of our martial soul lineage, yet he still hunted you down. Since that's the case, we can't spare a single person from the Gloomwater sect. We have to show the people of the Saints' world that our martial soul lineage isn't a pushover. Please wait for a moment. I'll be right back. With that, Su Qi vanished. She had already left the martial soul mountain and made her way to the aqua plain. Chapter 25-27. Han Zong and Yu Chao nodded in agreement. They said nothing more. The 3 greatest experts of the martial soul lineage were peak chaotic primes. When they first met Jianchen, they stood up for Jianchen without any selfishness. They truly treated Jianchen as a brother. There was no difference in status at all. Jianchen saw this and gained a whole new level of respect for the successors of the martial soul lineage. Jianchen became even more eager for the martial soul mountain. Since they've treated me like this, there's even less reason for me to drag down the martial soul mountain, thought Jianchen. He had already made up his mind to not stay on the martial soul mountain for too long. Once he obtained the secret technique and cultivation method for martial soul force, he would leave the martial soul mountain. He did not want to have too many connections with the martial soul mountain. If his identity was exposed in the future, he would bring trouble to the martial soul mountain. At this moment, the 5th successor of the martial soul mountain, Su Qi, returned. She held a whip in her hand, and a total of 20 corpses were tied to it. Even though these people were already dead, they still gave off a faint pressure. Their blood pulsed with very powerful energy. Clearly, they were all primordial realm experts. Jianchen glanced over and discovered in surprise that the corpses all belonged to the elders of the Yushui sect who had fled. I've killed all the elders of the Gloomwater sect who remained on the aqua plane. Junior Jianchen, just treat this as a gift from me. With a tremble of Su Qi's hand, the whip vanished. The 20 corpses were placed before Jianchen. Jianchen stared at the corpses blankly. He found it very hard to believe. Although it would be a piece of cake for Su Qi to kill these infinite primes with her strength, these infinite primes were scattered across the aqua plane. Once they purposefully hid themselves, finding them would be extremely difficult. This was because there were many infinite primes on any plane. Even if they were discovered, identifying whether they were from the Gloomwater sect or not would not be easy. However, Su Qi was actually able to accurately find all of them in such a short period of time. This made Jianchen extremely shocked. In an instant, Jianchen looked at Su Qi differently. She was definitely a decisive and ruthless woman. Brother Jianchen, finding all the primordial realm experts of the Gloomwater sect on the aqua plane might be a little difficult for us, but it's extremely easy for Su Qi because she knows a similar secret technique, explained Hunzong. However, Su Qi giggled. There's not a single primordial realm expert left in the Gloomwater sect. As long as the primordial realm experts die, the Gloomwater sect is done for. As for the Godhood disciples, just let them fend for themselves. Su Qi was not someone who would willfully slaughter the innocent. She only targeted the primordial realm experts. She did not take the weaker disciples seriously. Jianchen immediately clasped his fist and thanked her. Originally, he only wanted to wipe out the peak forces of the Gloomwater sect. He never wanted to touch the weaker disciples who knew nothing, so he naturally agreed with Su Qi's actions. Afterwards, Jianchen stowed away the corpses of the infinite primes. Under Su Qi's insistence, she left their space rings to Jianchen as a greeting gift. The martial soul mountain left the aqua plane. Jianchen felt the world around him spin as if time had flowed in reverse. In just a few seconds, he discovered in surprise that he was no longer standing on the illusionary mountain soul. Instead, he was standing on solid ground. He looked over and discovered that the martial soul mountain remained the same as before. The only difference was that the colossal martial soul mountain was no longer illusionary. It was real. In just a few seconds, he seemed to have crossed an extremely great distance. He could no longer see the aqua plane anymore. He had appeared in a completely foreign region of space. The martial soul mountain drifted through the sea of stars all by itself. This is the true martial soul mountain, the home that only belongs to our martial soul lineage. Aoyama explained the situation of the martial soul mountain to Jianchen in detail. With Aoyama's explanation, Jianchen gained a clearer understanding of the martial soul mountain. No one in the saints' world knew the origins of the martial soul mountain because it had existed for far, far too long. It was so long that it had surpassed the lifespan of any grand exalt in the saints' world. Although the martial soul mountain was a mountain, it was also an extremely powerful god artifact. It was where the martial soul lineage resided. It was the final barrier that protected the martial soul lineage. It could also be referred to as the origin of the martial soul lineage, the ancestral ground, etc. This was because the martial soul mountain possessed a lot of knowledge and cultivation methods regarding martial soul force. They had all been left behind by the past seniors of the martial soul lineage, so they possessed an extremely tremendous amount of information. The existence of this knowledge and cultivation method allowed any person who possessed martial soul force to rapidly grow once they set foot on the martial soul mountain. They would become experts one generation after another. Jianchen, don't underestimate the martial soul mountain. As long as we're on the martial soul mountain, there's only a handful of peak experts in the entire saints' world who can threaten us, Aoyama said proudly. Jianchen studied the martial soul mountain. As he learnt more and more about the martial soul mountain, his reverence for the martial soul mountain became heavier. Since the martial soul mountain is so powerful, it should have its own consciousness, right? Or should I call it the artifact spirit? Aoyama did not answer immediately. Instead, he sank into his thoughts. A while later, he continued, all of us have thought of that in the past because the martial soul mountain is so powerful. If it's a god artifact, it should have the artifact spirit. Even if it's not a god artifact, it should have its own consciousness. However, we've never discovered that the martial soul mountain has its own consciousness. After all these years, we've only seen it as an inanimate object that possesses great power. Then what's the matter with the mountain soul? Isn't it the soul of the martial soul mountain? Jianshan asked curiously. The so-called mountain soul is actually just a small portion of the power we've mobilized from the martial soul mountain through a secret technique. It can assist us in battle. Right now, we don't have the ability to control the martial soul mountain to deviate from its path and go anywhere in the saint's world. As a result, whenever we go out to fight, we'll mobilize a small portion of the martial soul mountain's power when we're not powerful enough. Not only can it increase our battle prowess, but it can also be used as an escape route. The 8 of them walked side by side on the martial soul mountain. They did not have a hierarchy. They conversed as they made their way to the peak of the martial soul mountain. Very soon, they arrived at the highest point of the martial soul mountain. The 8 of them stopped outside a cave. Jianshan, this is the sacred land of our martial soul lineage, said Hunzong. Hunzong said. He stared at the cave as undisguised admiration filled his face. P.S. Recently, many readers have been complaining about not being able to see the new chapters no matter how many times they open the web page. It's very difficult to wait for the new chapters. In reality, whenever Xiaoyao released a new chapter, he would notify them on his official WeChat account. At the same time, there would be a link to the original chapter on his WeChat account. Moreover, there are some readers who follow the chaotic sword god on other platforms. In the end, some platforms were always out of sync for 10 days to half a month. Other readers had already seen the latest updates every day, but some readers were still stuck at the updates from 10 days to half a month ago. As a result, in order for you to know about the new chapters as soon as possible, please follow Xiaoyao's official WeChat account, Xingxingxiao110. Pinyin was the pen name of Xiaoyao, Xinxing. It also had a phone number for the police, or it could be found by searching for Xinxing Xiaoyao on the official WeChat account. Chapter 25-28. It was not just Hunzong. Even Chu Jian, Yu Chao, Yun Ziding, Su Qi, Bai Rufeng, and Aoyama became extremely solemn when they arrived before the cavern. They were filled with respect. Jianshan's heart skipped a beat when he sensed their changes. After a moment of thought, he looked at the cavern as well. The light in his eyes flickered as he sank into his thoughts. The martial soul lineage has always been sparsely populated. Even during the most glorious and most resplendent period recorded in the ancient records, we only had 9 people. As a result, to our martial soul lineage, no matter what time it is, gaining another senior or junior is an extremely important matter to our martial soul lineage. Today, our martial soul lineage welcomes an 8th brother. Even in the long history of our martial soul lineage, it's extremely rare for 8 brothers to exist at the same time. Moreover, according to the ancient records, our martial soul lineage has always maintained 5 or 6 successors in the past. There haven't been many instances of 7 successors. However, once 8 successors appear, it'll herald a new glorious period for our martial soul lineage. Hunzong suddenly became excited when he reached there. He glanced past everyone as undisguised excitement filled his face. He said excitedly, "Now there are finally 8 successors of our martial soul lineage. This means that in the near future, our martial soul lineage will stand proudly in the saint's world. It will surpass the current situation and become even more resplendent." Yeah, 8, we've finally gained 8. I've been waiting for this day for far too long, Chu Jian said happily as well. He was filled with anticipation for the future of the martial soul lineage. Yu Chao, Bai Ziding, Su Qi, Bai Rufeng, and Aoyama smiled as well. They looked forward to the future. Among them, only Jianshan was left scratching his head. He looked at them in doubt and asked in confusion, "I don't quite understand. Can the addition of a single successor affect the future of the martial soul lineage? One had to know that the strength of a force did not depend on the number of people, but on the strength of the peak powerhouses. However, our martial soul lineage will never be able to break through to Grand Prime. Even if we have one or two more people, it probably won't affect us much. Hun Zong and the others looked at Jianchen with a faint smile. Yu Chao explained, Jianchen, our martial soul lineage isn't as simple as you imagine it to be. Every single disciple of the martial soul lineage represents a strand of fortune for the martial soul lineage. The more people there are, the more fortune there is. Now that 8 of us exist at the same time, it means that our martial soul lineage has unknowingly gathered the fortune of 8 people. This fortune will affect the future of our martial soul lineage unknowingly. Of course, the precondition is that none of us die. Otherwise, once someone dies, it won't just be the luck of the 8 of us. What if there are 9 disciples? Jianchen asked. Suddenly, he discovered that the martial soul lineage seemed to be much more complicated than he had imagined it to be. 9. This time, everyone fell into a period of silence. Their eyes flickered with an indescribable color. It was as if 9 was not just a number, nor was it just a gathering of fortune. Instead, it contained even more profound mysteries. And that time was a glorious era that changed the fate of our martial soul lineage. After a moment of pause, Yu Chao suddenly stared at Jianchen sternly and asked, Jianchen, with Brother Hun Zhang's cultivation as a 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime, he possesses battle prowess no weaker than a 3rd heavenly layer grand prime. He even possesses the power to fight 4th heavenly layer grand primes. Do you know why that is? Isn't it because of martial soul force and your martial soul array? Jianchen asked. When Hun Zong fought against so many experts on the desolate plain in the past, he did not have the time to observe the battle in detail, so he naturally did not know the reason. Martial soul force and the martial soul array are indeed of great assistance, but in reality, that's not enough to fight 3rd heavenly layer grand primes or even 4th heavenly layer grand primes. The true reason is that even though Brother Hun Zhang's cultivation remains at the 9th heavenly layer of chaotic prime, his cultivation has already become a grand prime, Yu Chao said sternly. Hearing that, Jianchen's heart shuddered. Cultivation referred to the comprehension of the ways of the world and the level of control over laws, while cultivation referred to the strength of a person's energy. Yu Chao was basically saying that Hun Zhang's comprehension of the ways of the world was still at chaotic prime, but the power within him had already reached the level of grand primes. Jianchen found this to be unbelievable. This was because all cultivators in the saints' world, regardless of their cultivation, were restricted by their cultivation. If they wanted to break through to the next level, they needed to make a breakthrough in their comprehension of the ways of the world. Only then could their cultivation increase. This was the law of cultivation in the world. It was an order of the world that could not be changed. Even with his chaotic body, he needed to make a breakthrough with the laws of the sword before he could reach the next level. Otherwise, his chaotic body would forever remain at his current level. However, Hun Zong had actually defied the order of the world, ignoring the restrictions of cultivation and allowing his cultivation to continue increasing. This left Jianchen extremely shocked. At this moment, Hun Zong said, "This method of bypassing the restrictions of cultivation and continuing to break through was created countless years ago by a senior when our martial soul lineage had 9 successors. It has been passed down to this day, becoming the greatest scripture of our martial soul lineage. Moreover, the records state that our martial soul lineage was extremely glorious during the era of the 9 successors. We became unprecedentedly powerful, enough to shock the stars and fear the world. We could even stand up to grand exalts. Stand up to grand exalts? Are grand exalts born once our martial soul lineage has 9 successors at the same time?" Jianchen was deeply stunned. At that moment, he discovered that his understanding of the martial soul lineage was nowhere near enough. The martial soul lineage seemed to possess far too many secrets that no one knew about. Hunzong shook his head gently and said, "That era was far too long ago. Even the Grand Exalt of ancient paths had never heard of the stories of that era. Now, our martial soul lineage only has a few ancient records that contain a few fragments of information. As for whether any of our seniors reached that supreme level of cultivation, we juniors are unable to verify it." Chapter 25-29. Inside the cave, there was a huge karst cave space, and in this huge space there were many people. The place was densely packed with memorial tablet. The memorial tablets were all forged from a wondrous type of jade. They were snow-white and shone with a faint, white light. There were thousands of them. As soon as Jianchen entered the cavern, he was stunned by all the memorial tablets before him. His expression had also become incomparably solemn at this moment. His gaze slowly swept across the other tablets one by one, looking at the completely unfamiliar names on the memorial tablet. He didn't know why, but he felt that there was something wrong. His heart suddenly became incomparably heavy, and a deep sense of grief filled his heart. There was no need for any explanation. He already understood that the memorial tablets before him all belonged to the seniors of the martial soul lineage. Since ancient times, the martial soul lineage had never had more than 9 successors at the same time. As a matter of fact, it was extremely rare for 8 successors to appear at the same time. Most of the time there would be 5 or 6 successors. However, there were thousands of memorial tablets before him. Jianchen struggled to imagine just how ancient the history of the martial soul lineage was. Hunzong stared at the memorial tablets with a heavy heart. He said sternly, "Every single memorial tablet here represents a senior of our martial soul lineage. After these seniors pass away, the final traces of their birth in this world will be left here for future generations to remember." However, these memorial tablets only represent a portion of the seniors. There are some seniors who did not leave behind their memorial tablets after they passed away. This is because our martial soul lineage has encountered many disasters in the long history of the martial soul lineage. Every time a disaster occurs, it means that all the successors of our martial soul lineage have been wiped out. Not a single one remains. Since all the successors have been wiped out, there's naturally no one to erect memorial tablets for the deceased seniors. Although many of the memorial tablets have been replaced by the successors of the next generation, there are still some seniors whose names are unknown. As a result, the memorial tablets cannot be erected. Some of these memorial tablets have existed for even longer than the current Grand Exalt. However, they're protected by the power of the martial soul mountain, so no matter how much time has passed, the memorial tablets will remain the same. Now, all the secret techniques of our martial soul lineage come from these seniors. As a result, in the hearts of the successors of the martial soul lineage, these seniors are the masters of every single one of us, said Jianchen. Hunzong looked at Jianchen, and he became extremely stern. He said, "Jianchen, please pay respects to Master with us." With that, Hunzong knelt down first, kowtowing towards the memorial tablet. Chu Jian, Yu Chao, Yun Ziding, Su Qi, Bai Rufeng and Aoyama also knelt down one by one, their expressions full of respect. The cultivation methods they practiced were all left behind by the owners of the memorial tablets when they were alive. Many of the precious cultivation resources were also left behind by the owners of the memorial tablets when they were alive. They all viewed these seniors as their masters. It was only right for a disciple to kowtow to their masters. Jianchen stared at the memorial tablets deeply and slowly knelt down as well, performing the ceremony. Not only was he a member of the martial soul lineage, but he was also about to practice the cultivation methods and various secret techniques left behind by these seniors. As a result, he recognized these masters who had passed away long ago. It was also from this moment onwards that Jianchen formally became the 8th successor of the martial soul lineage. He referred to Hunzong and the others as senior and junior brothers. These spirit tablets belonged to their common master. After performing the ceremony, Jianchen arrived on one side of the cave under Hun Zhang's lead. He entered a hidden tunnel. The tunnel twisted downwards. After who knows how long, they arrived in a huge cavern in the end. The cavern was empty. Only the walls and the surroundings were engraved with various simple diagrams and inscriptions. Every single diagram and inscription possessed the charm of the ways, as if the profound laws of the heavens were evolving. This is the true core of our martial soul lineage. All the legacies of our martial soul lineage are engraved on the surrounding walls. Every rune and pattern on the stone wall represented the inherited cultivation methods, inherited battle skills, and all kinds of cultivation experiences left behind by the ancestors. They condense all the information into a single point using a secret technique unique to our martial soul lineage, forming imprints of the ways. They are passed down generation after generation to benefit our juniors. These imprints of the ways are protected by the power of the martial soul mountain, so they never disperse no matter how long time passes. As long as the martial soul mountain exists, these imprints of the ways will never disperse, eternal imprints. Jianchen stared at the many diagrams and inscriptions on the walls as his eyes shone. 8th Junior, these imprints contain many introductions to martial soul force and how to use it. It's your first time on the martial soul mountain, so you need to understand this properly. You can stay here and cultivate. Once you understand martial soul force completely, I'll take you to where we collect martial soul stones, Hun Zhang said to Jianchen. Martial soul stones? Jianchen became curious when he heard about martial soul stones. Ha ha ha, 8th Junior, martial soul rock is a special product of the martial soul mountain. Across the entire Saints world, there's only one martial soul rock. Aside from our martial soul mountain, there's nowhere else that can find martial soul stones. If we want martial soul force to grow rapidly, we need martial soul stones. However, 8th Junior's understanding of martial soul force is just too shallow right now, and your usage of martial soul force is nowhere near enough. As a result, it's not time for you to collect martial soul stones yet. You can only cultivate here. Aoyama chuckled from beside Jianchen. Alright, let's go out first. Let's let 8th Junior cultivate here. 8th Junior, don't worry about the Divine Hall of the Gloomwater sect for now. Once your cultivation of martial soul force reaches a certain level, you can use the stubborn artifact spirit of the Divine Hall to test your martial soul force. Hun Zhang and the others left, leaving only Jianchen in the huge cavern. Jianchen was unable to contain his excitement as he looked at the ancient imprints engraved in the surroundings and sensed the power of ways within them. Being unable to grow or cultivate martial soul force had always been his greatest regret. Now that he had finally arrived at the sacred land of legacies for martial soul force, he was extremely excited as he could view the many legacies of martial soul force without any conditions. Sucking in a deep breath, Jianchen slowly calmed himself down. After a moment of hesitation, he made his way to the center of the cavern and sat down. He began to look at the ancient diagrams and inscriptions engraved on the walls. Hun Zhang had already explained to Jianchen in detail where the methods of cultivation were, where the secret techniques were, and where the experiences of predecessors were. However, Jianchen's usage and understanding of martial soul force remained at a rudimentary level. As a matter of fact, he had not even grasped the basics, so the inscriptions he was looking at explained the basics of martial soul force. In Jianchen's eyes, the ancient inscriptions that explained the basics of martial soul force gradually blurred. At that moment, the entire inscriptions seemed to become a space in his eyes, a world. The world contained a tremendous amount of knowledge and memories. Chapter 25-30. Jianchen's mind immediately shuddered. He had already lost his sense of the outside world. He had forgotten about time and himself. His entire consciousness was submerged in the tremendous flood of information as he did his best to accept and digest it. The information recorded some basic knowledge about martial soul force. In particular, there was an extremely detailed introduction to the basics of martial soul force. Jianchen had never come into contact with this information before. After all, the amount of time he had spent cultivating was just far too short. In such a short amount of time, he had spent most of his time comprehending other laws, so he had spent extremely little time on martial soul force. As a result, his understanding of martial soul force could be said to have only scratched the surface. As a matter of fact, he had not even scratched the surface. Now that Jianchen had obtained a tremendous amount of knowledge regarding martial soul force from the sacred grounds of the Martial Soul Mountain, he was immediately enlightened. His understanding of martial soul force deepened. So this is martial soul force. 3 days later, Jianchen slowly opened his eyes. He had already absorbed all the information recorded in the first inscription he saw. At that moment, he finally gained a true understanding of martial soul force. So the martial soul force I used before couldn't be considered as true martial soul force. True martial soul force still needs to be refined from the original foundation, Jianchen thought. Only after refining can it be called true martial soul force. It will make martial soul force even more powerful, thought Jianchen. Afterwards, he looked at the second inscription and studied it carefully again. He understood that what he needed to do right now was not to increase martial soul force immediately. Instead, he needed to use this opportunity to absorb as much information as possible. Whether it be cultivation methods, secret techniques, or the knowledge left behind by predecessors, they were all things he wanted to understand right now. This was because these legacies could only be obtained on the Martial Soul Mountain. They could not be taken away. In the following period of time, Jianchen remained in the sacred grounds of the Martial Soul Mountain, absorbing the information recorded in the legacy imprints one after another. Not only did he obtain many cultivation methods for martial soul force from the legacy imprints, but he even obtained some secret techniques and abilities as well. The cultivation methods varied in quality. The only thing that Jianchen found to be a flaw was that all the cultivation methods could only reach peak chaotic prime. Members of the martial soul lineage will never be able to break through to grand prime. The highest they can reach is peak chaotic prime. Since none of the past seniors have been able to reach grand prime, there's naturally no grand prime cultivation method. Although the martial soul lineage has produced 9 successors once in history, creating a path to Grand Prime that allowed them to bypass the limits of cultivation and reach Grand Prime, that's only because their cultivation has reached Grand Prime. Their comprehension and martial soul force remain unbreakable. My chaotic body is only equivalent to Grand Prime at great perfection. Throughout history, no one has ever reached great perfection with the chaotic body. In other words, cultivators of the chaotic body will never be able to break through to immortal exalt. It's the same with my martial soul force. Is there a connection between the two? Jianchen frowned as he sank into his thoughts. Martial soul force can't even reach Grand Prime, yet the hallowed saint masters of the Radiant Saint Hall have a chance of becoming Grand Exalts. Once the Radiant Saint Hall gives birth to a Grand Exalt, how will the martial soul lineage survive? That's just far too unfair. Though, the Grand Exalt's cultivation method from the Tower of Radiance is in my hands. I wonder if I can find the reason why the martial soul lineage can't break through to Grand Prime through the method of the Exalt, Jianchen thought. He immediately closed his eyes as soon as he thought of that. The method of the Exalted Saint was something Jianchen had extracted from the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. Not only did the imprint contain the method of the Exalted Saint, but it also contained many ancient abilities and secret technique. However, Jianchen was unable to obtain the complete legacy with the appearance of Gongsun Ji, the descendant of the Grand Exalt. In the end, Gongsun Ji obtained all the abilities and secret techniques in the Grand Exalt's imprint. In the depths of Jianchen's sea of consciousness, the method of the Exalt was sealed away in the form of a ball of memories. Jianquan's consciousness immediately fused with the ball of memories and began to absorb the information within. Immediately, the memories of the method of the exalted saint began to shrink at a visible rate. The detailed cultivation method of the exalted saint was gradually imprinted in his head. However, Jianquan's expression gradually became strange as he learnt more about the method of the Exalt. The strangeness turned into shock very soon. The method of the exalted saint is actually a cultivation method for martial soul force. How is this possible? Jianquan could no longer focus on absorbing the memories of the method of the exalted saint. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Shock filled his face as his heart churned. The method of the Exalt Saint was actually a cultivation method for martial soul force. This completely overturned Jianquan's understanding of the Radiant Saint Hall. Don't tell me that the Grand Exalt that appeared in the history of the Radiant Saint Hall was actually a member of the martial soul lineage? At that moment, Jianquan felt like his head was in a mess. There were far too many things that he could not understand. Members of the martial soul lineage could never break through to Grand Prime. Since the Grand Exalt that appeared in the history of the Radiant Saint Hall was a member of the martial soul lineage, how did he become a Grand Exalt? Moreover, the appearance of the Grand Exalt was not the age when the martial soul lineage had 9 successors like Hunzong had described. This was because many details pointed to 2 different eras. Since the Grand Exalt of the history of the Radiant Saint Hall was a member of the martial soul lineage, why did the Radiant Saint Hall become enemies with the martial soul lineage? And from the cultivation method, breaking through to Grand Prime isn't as difficult as I imagined it to be. If that's the case, why can't members of the martial soul lineage become Grand Primes? If it's because of the cultivation method, there have been so many outstanding seniors in the history of the martial soul lineage. As a matter of fact, there were even 9 successors who appeared at the same time. It was a glorious era where fortune gathered. No matter how difficult or wondrous the cultivation method was, it would have been created long ago. Or is there another reason why the martial soul lineage can't break through to Grand Prime? If that's really the case, doesn't that mean I can't break through even with the Grand Exalt's cultivation method? Jianquan left the sacred grounds with such doubts and doubts. He found Hunzong on the martial soul mountain. 8th Junior, you didn't stay in the sacred grounds and have come to me instead. Have you encountered some problems with cultivation? Hunzong smiled amiably as soon as he saw Jianquan. Hunzong was the most senior person on the martial soul mountain. He was the first senior brother of the martial soul lineage, followed by Chu Jian and Yu Chao. Jianquan was the youngest. First senior brother, there's something I don't understand. Is it because of the cultivation method that our martial soul lineage can't break through to Grand Prime? Jianquan asked his doubts.